altitude meters.
Okay, I think I found the stadium now.
Oh wow. So we found it.
It's like it's this one.
Wow.
So
Yeah, so we found.
very strong, no?
Yeah. But it's fine.
Fine.
Yeah, maybe just a little bit of.
Try to lower it a little bit.
Otherwise, if I'm gonna move, I'm gonna get everything.
Okay, but it's picking up. This is nice speaking.
This is on.
yes, I know. Mention and knowledge of things. So you should have it. We'll look into some so doing raw food. Food. That's me on
Are they not doing the towards next?
Maybe in 5 minutes. Just to be off that.
So do you need to know who the real umpires or do you guys just select them? Okay, so it's the same if you win. This was my least favorite part about doing this job.
Just send me the
What happened is now my company applied for starting this using funds.
So your family members still have to wait until
To apply for it hasn't been said for the last 6 months. And there's other things that are not managed now. So that results into a decline of our progress and declining in terms of what we are trying to achieve. We're hitting new markets, but with the same energy now. It doesn't yield the same results. So
The distance yet can be maybe 10 meters away, no? From here to up.
Yeah, maybe.
No?
Okay, you good?
Yeah, good stuff, huh?
You started with
Check with the
schedule, yeah, no problem.
the north and speed.
You both going to have to do the Coventry work.
Okay.
You've done before.
Yeah, I have.
I think you'll be right, huh?
Oh, it will be. It will be.
That is, I think, maybe we can see. Yeah, that's good. Yeah.
So do you, do you need to know who the real umpires or do you guys just select them?
Okay. So, what happens is maybe we can see. Yeah, that's good. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. But is he playing?
I guess we want to wait for that team or something.
Plus, where are you?
Then,
We should be ready. Wow. First time. So the challenge is the lineup or just the team list?
okay, another one of the teams. This, they usually give it in order. So you can
It's about brand new. Thanks. Yeah. So, I mean, you obviously saw how it was done last time. So, still try and commentate off the screen. Obviously, it's not like radio where people can't see anything, so you have to describe everything. But they're all watching the screen, you can be a bit more actively commenting where you're not describing everything that happens. You know what I mean? Yeah, just enough. Yeah. I don't know how to describe it, but you're seeing
I did it in some tips because I want to be ready for the new time comes.
Yes.
So I can see obviously lead it for most entries with also leading to delivery and then kind of like round it up and then kind of keep it in the gap for the next game.
No.
Welcome to SuperSport Park, and the CSA 4-day series is hotting up. It's the penultimate round of the round robin stage, as you see the Northwest Dragons 2 batsmen walking onto the field, followed by the Momentum Multiply Titans, because the Dragons have won the toss and elected to bat first here at SuperSport Park. I'm Ken Borland, and alongside me, it's a great pleasure to welcome Kamva Nyakana.
Morning, Ken. Another beautiful day. What a blessed day again, once again, to be here this morning, to be watching this game we also love. Interesting day to see. I think what we're looking forward to see today is how the pitch is going to play. Last week we saw that the pitch was a little bit up and down to start off with, and then it quickened up later on. I want to see how this pitch is going to play today, and I'm looking forward to the day's play.
So the competition might be heating up, but the weather today is decidedly overcast in Centurion. And I think the Titans bowlers will be fairly happy with that, starting with Junior Dala, the veteran who's enjoying a fine season. And he's opening the bowling to Matthew Kleinfeld. 3 slips a gully. And off the mark straight away via inside edge onto pad.
Good start there by Dala. Nice questions, already asking early questions early in the morning. Quite impressive from him.
So the competition, as it stands, this is a very big game for both teams, both the Dragons and the Titans. The Titans are hunting a place in the final. They are less than 10 points behind the DP World Lions, who are top of the standings, and just less than 3 points behind the second place Dolphins. And the Lions and the Dolphins are playing each other at the Wanderers, just down the road at the moment. So if the Titans get a good win here, then they will probably jump into... Well, if the Lions beat the Dolphins, the Titans will probably jump into second, or will be pushing for first place.
Yes, definitely. The Titans will love the flavour from the Lions this weekend.
Lovely bowling from Junior Dala. The Siba Ngwope just hanging back in the crease a bit and sparring at one that straightened nicely away from the left-hander.
The Titans will be looking to improve from last week's performance. This is definitely a must-win for them, especially with the top two sides playing against each other on the other side in Johannesburg. So they want to make sure that they get the win over the line here and move to that second spot, get their chances up for that final.
It's arguably an even more important game for the Northwest Dragons, who are second last on the log, and they are involved in that horrible relegation struggle from Division 1, currently sitting on 9 points. The Dragons, which is just 2 points ahead of the Warriors and Western Province, who are at the bottom. And the Dragons have 2 big games coming up to end the 4-day competition and make sure they're safe. This game against the Titans, and then they host Western Province next week. So one fancies the Dragons need at least 1 win in either of these last 2 games to be safe.
Definitely, these 2 teams have got something to fight for. So you'll see a very tightly contested matchup here, this weekend. Dala just missing his run up there. He's bowled really well this morning. He started really well, bowled some really good lines and length. He'll look to continue that this morning and apply the pressure to the Dragons.
Right up in the block hole now from Dala. He really has bowled with so much control and and cleverness in this competition this season, as befits a man as experienced as him. 13 wickets at an average of just 16 in the 3 matches he's played before this one. That ends the first over, and the Dragons are 1 without loss.
Looking at that first over in terms of how the pitch played off there, I think it showed a lot of consistent bounce compared to how it started off last week. The Titans were really happy with that. They've seen some bit of good carry. The ball moved a little bit, not much, but they've gone with the 3 slips in the gully in the first over. With this over, they'll be looking to go for 2 slips and a gully, with Matthew Boast coming from the other end. He'll be looking to back up Junior Dala in this second over of the day.
Fine leg, the only fielder on the boundary for Boast. Nicely punched off the back foot by Kleinveld, but picks out Pretorius at backward point. Looking at the 2 teams, and there have been 3 changes to that Titan side that had a disappointing loss last week against Western Province. 2 debutants, young Braden Hicks, who hasn't played at all for the Titans in any format. He's come in for Joshua van Heerden at the top of the order. And Lesego Kokosabana, who has played a one-day cup game for the Titans, makes his 4-day debut. He replaces ace spinner Tsepo Ndwanwa, who's had a great season in the 4-day cricket, but unfortunately just tweaked a hamstring last week. So the Titans replacing their frontline spinner with another seamer in Kokosabana. Nice bounce there for Merrick Boast, but well controlled by Matthew Kleinveld. And then the last change is Diane Khalim is being given a rest after he's played a lot of cricket lately, and another seamer, Merrick Brett, replaces him. And a quick single for Kleinveld, well taken.
It's been a very good start here by Matthew Boast. Got quite a few back of a lane deliveries. Good start, consistent bowling. Kleinveld will be happy with that single to get off the mark there to rotate the strike.
You spoke to groundsman Brian Bloy before the start of play. Interesting that the Titans have left out a frontline spinner. They do, of course, still have Neil Brunt in the team, but after this delivery, just maybe tell us about the pitch and how that backs up that Titan selection. Oh, that's beautifully bowled over the stumps.
It's interesting that they've lifted out the spinner because the pitch is a little bit on the drier side in terms of the grass, which tends to prove that it's a bit of grip a little bit more. Though what you've seen on the pitch, there's quite a bit of carry. So maybe the coach has been looking at the fact that maybe they might have to go more seamer heavy with the pitch carrying a little bit more this week.
Yeah, you saw that, the replay of the previous delivery from Boast. Certainly a bit of grip and a bit of seam there coming back into the left-hander. And that ends the second over, 2 without loss. I think we're going to see this excellent delivery again. There it is, the one that beat Ngorpe outside off stump. But Matthew Boast bowled really well around the wicket to the left-handers last week as well.
No, definitely. He's backing up his performance from last week. Bowled very well to left hands quite consistently last week. And you'll look to better his performance from last week and make sure he applies pressure. As we see Junior Dalek coming in, he was a standout bowler last week as well. Bowled beautiful back of a length delivery, picked up quite a few wickets. And he's coming into this game with very good 4-day form. And you'll look to be a leading bowler here with this as a season campaigner.
Lovely bowling again from Dala to Kleinfeldt being tested once again outside that off stump.
Let's have a look at that delivery once again from Junior Dala, asking questions once again. Oh, beautiful delivery.
Looking at the Dragons team, they also have a couple of changes from the side that went down to the Dolphins last week. Oh, even better from Junior Dala. Slightly fuller length, and with that, it challenged the edge of Kleinfeldt's bat even more.
That length has been Junior Dala's area throughout the last 2 games. If you look at that length there, he's bowled that so consistently over the last 2 games. And he's coming back again, backing up his performance from last week. Titans will be looking to him as a man to get the breakthrough early on in the morning. The ball is moving around a little bit, so they'll definitely expect that from him.
Yeah, heavy cloud cover at SuperSport Park today, so you'd certainly back yourself to get a bit of a swing as a bowler. I fancy Junior Dala can go even a little bit fuller than he has been. But anyway, those 2 changes to the Dragons team, and one of them is very interesting. It's Hardus Viljoen, who is in the Dragons team. He's been playing all season for Northern Cape, who have now finished their season. I can only presume that Hardus is joining them on loan. Obviously a very experienced fast bowler, Hardus Viljoen. Knows this ground well, played here, and as did the guy who's currently batting, Matthew Kleinfeldt.
Yes, Hardus Viljoen, his season campaigner, played many years here this side, and he'll know this pitch quite well. And with his pace on this pitch, he'll be a tough task to face with here. He'll be bowling it quick. He'll be getting those bounces in, those Yorkers in. He's a really tough customer to face on a pitch like this, with a good carry, a lot more carry than what we saw last week. So he'll be licking his lips.
The Dragons have also left out a spinner in Caleb Seleka, the leggy, who's enjoying a good season. And their other change is that Yaneman Milan, the top order batter, is not playing, with the exciting young Mikael Prince coming in for him.
So it seems like both sides have gone for debutants, well, not debutants, but changes. And I'm sure the teams will be looking for those players to make impacts for them.
First wayward delivery, really, of the match from Dala, sliding down leg, and well put away for 4 by Matthew Kleinfeldt. Third over comes to an end, 6 without loss.
Matthew Boyce will look to continue to his good start that he had in the previous over. He'll continue to apply the pressure this morning once again. They've added a slip to his bowling, so they've got now 3 slips and a gully and a short.
I'm pretty sure that Hardus Viljoen, the loan will only be 1 week. Bit of an odd one, because Northern Cape are playing in the Division 2 4-day final next week against the ACDC Express Tuskers in Pietermaritzburg, final of that 4-day competition, and pretty sure Northern Cape will want their experienced strike bowler for that match. Well, Ngupe nearly got himself into trouble there, ducking, and that one didn't get up as high as he expected. Goes back to what you were saying, Kumba, earlier about the pitch starting off a little bit slow.
Definitely. As much as it started a bit slow, though, it has been true to its balance. You haven't seen any ball squatting or anything. So the bowlers definitely loving that. Or rather the batsmen, because last week it was tough to kind of judge to see how the ball's going to work out. Now at least the bounces are a bit true. Let's see how Matthew Bose comes in here once again.
Again, the batters alert to the quick single, and Lesibe Ngope gets his innings underway.
I wonder how does that loan work for a week? A player comes over, plays a game to kind of help the first division side to kind of get them into a better position, and then steps out again into his team. How does that work, Ken?
Look, I am just speculating. You never know. Hardest Williams' contract might have ended on the 20th of March. I doubt it, but Bose goes down leg again. Some energetic wicket keeping from Rivaldo Munsami.
We saw quite a bit of energetic wicket keeping from him last week as well, especially with the ball squatting quite a few times last week. Got a few uncomfortable ones last week. The balls, those were the ones that are keeping low, hitting his legs. He had probably a few bruises at the end of the game at the end of last week, but I'm sure he'll be much happier on how the pitch is playing this week. True bounce, good carry, but he also wants his bowlers to be bowling good lines and length as well.
Good comeback from Bose, a really challenging line and length there. Some good bounce, but it's a good leave by Kleinveld.
I must say I've seen a much better start from the Titans this week. The difference might be the fact that Junior Dallas opened with Matthew Bose. Last week they quite have leaked runs quite early on, which kind of maybe really pushed the game away from them. Though we do see on this pitch early on in the first day, the runs are not easy to come by. So maybe with the good lines and length, will bring something.
Oh, that's loose. That's loose from Kleinveld. Bit fuller from Bose, and Kleinveld. Well, the eyes opened wide, and he went for that one, but very nearly got himself into trouble. End of the fourth over, 7 without loss.
To be fair, that was a bit wide. It was a bit tempting, so maybe he wanted those runs to get those runs away, but to get that confidence booster shot, as we call it.
Yeah, I think just the execution was a bit loose, wasn't it? You could understand him going for it full and wide, but didn't keep his shape that well. Kleinveld played 6 4-day matches for the Titans. Averaged 36, made 1 century, so had a decent time here.
Warper's start has been quite subdued this morning. He's taken his time, he's left quite well, played it a few. He'll want to be focused as Junior Dalla keeps bowling that fifth, sixth stump line.
Nicely turned away off the pads by Ngope for another single. Lesibe Ngope is also a very well-travelled cricketer. Has been playing first-class cricket for 15 years now. Born in Vosloorus, so he started off playing for Easterns and then Western Province and the Cobras, then a move to Eastern Province and the Warriors, and now turning out for Northwest for the last couple of seasons. Another tempter there, and this time Kleinveld just leaves it alone.
Indeed, Kleinveld probably told himself in the previous, probably wasn't really happy with himself in the previous over with that loose stroke. He won't want to give his wicket away. He'll really want to focus this morning and just really take his time. We've seen here on this pitch, if you do take your time and really focus on just getting your eye in. It can be rewarding towards the end of the session, the first session. So once you get a pass of the few early deliveries, look, Gina Dalla has also started really well. It's good that they've respected the good bowling from Gina Dalla and Matthew Boast. So it will be kind of a cat and mouse game this morning.
Batting, probably an area of concern for the Dragons. Just 18,02 batting points so far this season, which is the third lowest. Oh, that's an absolute gem from Junior Dala. Even fuller now in length and just leaving the left-hander late. Wonderful delivery.
Let's have a look at that once again. Quite full. Asking the batsman to play forward. Oh, that's a beautiful line. That's a really beautiful line from Junior Dala. He'll want to keep it there. He'll want to keep on asking those questions this morning, and something's got to give, surely.
End of the fifth over, 8 without loss. So far, Comfort, the pitch playing as you've expected it to?
Definitely. The bounce has been true. Definitely true this morning. We haven't seen any balls squat. We've seen quite a bit of movement. It's really worked for the batsmen, for the bowlers rather. The batsmen also will be happy with the consistent bounce, with how the pitch is played. The bowling conditions also been quite favourable to the bowlers. Overcast conditions, it's quite cool, so you can pretty much have a longer spell. Nice bowling conditions, nice little bit of a breeze, maybe you could say, not much to speak about, but it's cool conditions that will be nice for bowling this morning.
It's a zephyr, Kanda, if anything. The breeze, I can just detect the slightest little bit of movement at the top of the, is it a plane tree next to the scoreboard?
Zephyr.
I think that's like the slightest wind you can get.
You're probably going at about 1 kilometer an hour.
maybe 0.1, I'm not sure. Yeah, we'll have to do some meteorological research. Or if Simon hears this thing, he can let us know.
Maybe we need to get the weatherman close to the commentary box, ask a few questions about that.
Oh, there's a big appeal from the Titans. They're very convinced. But umpire Brad White pretty much unmoved at the Hennops River end. Must say I didn't hear anything.
I didn't hear much myself. Let's have a look at that. How your keepers always react to anything that goes past the glove. Let's have a look at that. Probably just clip a pad, nothing much to it. The bowlers seem really convinced though. I must say the slip fielders really came in together as if they had a loud noise, but nothing much to speak about. Didn't move the umpire at all, didn't convince the umpire. I'm sure Ngwopi would have been really disappointed if that was pointed out, because I think that was really good appealing from the Titans, taking their chances, I guess.
Ooh, tight judgment by Ngope. First has got a couple to come back nicely outside his off stump and not too far from off stump again there.
Impressive start by the Titans, bowling tight lines, asking some serious questions of the batsmen. Not easy batting for Kleinveld and Ngope this morning, but they just need to be patient. Maybe get past this new ball spell with Matthew Bose, because they're really bowling well with Junior Dala. Let's see how Matthew Bose comes in here.
Yeah, I think when Dragons captain Vian Luba won the toss and elected to bat first, his openers would have known right away that they were going to be in for a testing time, the first half an hour, 45 minutes to an hour. It's what you expect up here on the high field as an opening batter.
Generally, as captains, when you see these overcast conditions and you see the pitch, it's quite tempting maybe to want to bowl first.
Yeah, I suppose SuperSport Park does have a little bit of a reputation for variable bounce later in the game, especially fourth innings and that. So maybe if there's not much else, not many other factors to consider in the decision, maybe opposing captains just reckon take that out of the equation and bat first.
Yeah, generally here with SuperSport Park, you'd want to come in here, bat first, set the tone, because towards day 2, 3, pitch quickens up, good for bowling. The pitch is a lot quicker, a lot better for the bowler. So yeah, it's important for the Dragons batsmen to kind of get rid of this initial spell, it's not a trick. It's not an easy time to bat out there. But once they get through this initial spell and runs do come by. Another loose stroke there, really loose stroke there from Kleinveld. Second one now. He had one from Matthew Bose, another over. I think maybe the concentration might be on the lower side, something that the captains won't want to see, or the coaches rather. They really want to see their top openers taking their time, leaving well. It's important to leave well, yeah. As I was saying, you want to leave well, you want to start well, get past that new ball, and then grind those runs out towards the end of the session.
Yes, it's not so much that Kleinveld's going after the wide deliveries, nothing wrong with trying to score. Just the execution has looked a little lackluster. Just a little loose, really, the execution of those attacking shots.
Yeah, true. I think I really do agree with you, because the ball has been inviting for him to drive. As you say, it's the execution more so. Maybe if he gets that front foot across, get his body closer, maybe, because now he's playing more with his hands. So you'd rather like to see him maybe playing with more his full with his body, get that much better shot from him. As I was saying, you'd rather like to see him maybe play his shots maybe with that front foot more close to the ball under his eye, rather than just throwing his hands at it. That's when that false stock comes into play. But I'm sure Dalla would love to see that, more of those shots. That will be encouraging for him. So maybe Dalla will be thinking maybe this ball a little bit tighter and give him that loose one, because he's maybe susceptible to that wide ball.
Yeah, it would be interesting to know just how deliberate a couple of these wide deliveries from Dalla have been. Oh, has he got him on the bounce? On the bounce to gully. Dalla's down on his haunches, and the fielder is Luandre Pretorius. Great effort by him. Did it carry?
Judging from Dalla's reaction, looks like it might have been dropped. Let's have a look. He just missed it there. Might look like a drop catch. The way Dalla reacted might be a drop catch. I'd love to see that again.
Yeah, the body was kind of in the way from our angle as to whether the ball bounced or not. But just what you were talking about, kind of that delivery, full, inviting the drive. And with that movement away from the left-hander that Dalla's been getting, it squirted out to backward point.
So it would definitely be a delivery Dalla will be looking to bowl as maybe a wicket taker delivery, because it hasn't cost him much runs this morning. So you'll definitely look to bowl tight, few 3 deliver, set him up, and then have that wide one, that tempter, because they've really fielded well as well this morning.
Bit more sunshine you can see on the pitch as sun battling to burn its way through the clouds here at SuperSport Park, as Junior Dalla gets his frustrations out with a bouncer to end the over. And it's 8 without loss after 7 overs.
It's a very similar start to last week in conditions and in play. As we saw last week, runs was hard to come by early on in the first 15 overs. Wickets were hard to come by the first 15 overs. The conditions were cloudy. The sun came through quite slowly throughout the day. Might be playing similar.
We've had a lot of rain in Gauteng over the last few weeks, and not sure about Centurion, but there was a massive storm in Johannesburg last night. So kudos to the ground staff. No delays this morning. Player getting ready right on time. We've had 27 minutes.
Chatting to the groundsman earlier this morning, says there hasn't been that much rain in Centurion actually. A few little bit millimeters, 3 millimeters of rain in the last week.
Nicely tucked through mid-wicket by Ngwepe. Just for the single. Oh, well, they must be in a rain shadow, because everywhere else around Johannesburg, Pretoria has had plenty of rain in the last few weeks.
The rain gods have come through, definitely. Though here, I'm sure you'll probably find that the outfield's a lot quicker now than last week. You'd probably find last week it was on the slower side in terms of reputation of the SuperSport Park. It quickened up throughout the days, but initially in the first day it was a little bit on the slower side.
Great line by Boast. Just creating uncertainty for the left-hander outside that off stump. Good leave in the end though by Kleinveld.
Let's look at that delivery again from Matthew Boast. Oh, nice delivery. You see that Matthew Boast has been around about that 5th, 6th stump line throughout the whole morning this morning, and you'll be happy with the start. You would have asked quite a bit of questions of the batsman. I'm sure he'll be looking for that wicket to get his team to a good start.
Straight to that backward short leg, or a very short fine leg. He's wearing a helmet.
It's definitely fine. I was actually about to talk to you about that as the ball went there. I'm not too sure. Maybe that for the clip. Is that maybe something that they've seen in Kleinveld's game? Maybe they might find that it's a strong area. Usually, sometimes you find strong areas as weaknesses as well for batsmen. So maybe for that shorter one, because you've seen maybe, I think, 2 short balls from Matthew Boast this morning.
He does bowl a heavy ball, does Matthew Boast, a big, strong guy, and if he does bowl it a bit short and it comes up off a length to Kleinveld, maybe fending, it will be no surprise to hear that it's the debutant under the helmet there, Braden Hicks. But interesting position.
I think we were chatting about it last week, that why is that a fielding position given to debutants, or not rather given to the guys that are probably the best fielder, rather, to give the team the best chance.
Hicks in action again.
I think we spoke about it last week about, I think back at that England season, I think it was 2015-14 season, where with Matthew, is it Taylor?
James
Taylor, yes, thank you Ken. That he took very crucial wickets off his beautiful fielding, short in stature, and beautiful hands that he has. And usually that position now is given to the younger guys in the team. I'm sure now it was a no-brainer and usually debutants find themselves far too often in that fielding position.
Tony de Zorzi is probably the best short leg in the country, I think, at the moment, and good to see him still continuing in that position, even though as he becomes a relatively senior player in the teams he's playing. Dala continues.
It's going to be important for Titans here to be patient as much as they haven't got much in terms of wickets column, but they've been very economical this morning and they'd like to keep it that way. They definitely know, the Titans, that once you pick up one wicket, you can pick up another one quite quickly. So they'll definitely want to be patient. It's important that they don't go searching for wickets, looking to bowl that fuller delivery that gives away that boundary ball. So it'll be important for them to just stick to that back of a length fuller line that they've been bowling the whole morning.
Just seen Merrick Brett doing some stretching at mid-on. He'll probably be the next one to bowl as the first change seamer. Titans also have Lesego Kokoklamana and of course Andile Peklakwaya as seamers in the 11. Nasty bowled by Dala, a bit of extra bounce there outside the off stump. Ngope got everything out the way well though.
Dala bowled that with a lot of energy, and you can see by the carry, as you say, carried really well. A lot of energy. He's bowled really well this morning, a lot of energy as well. You're probably thinking in his head he deserves one wicket. He has asked a lot of questions of the batsman, beating the outside edge quite a few times this morning, but it's important that he just, as I said already, just stick to that line, just keep on applying that pressure.
Beautifully bowled. That's even closer to the outside edge from Junior Dala. Just a couple of worrying signs. I see the players in the dugout are up on their feet and looking skyward and holding their palms open as if to feel for rain, and we see the ground staff walking around the field in their raincoats. Might just be starting to spit a bit as we see the man under the helmet is coming in again. This time for Dala, bowling to Ngope. He's more at a traditional short square leg. Big single taken to Merrick Brett.
As much as the Titans have applied the pressure, it's also important for the Dragons to also rotate strike quite well, to share that load of pressure, because there's been a lot of pressure applied this morning, and Dragons will want to share that. These opening pair will want to share that pressure and just want to share the responsibility of the opening responsibility, as these two Titans opening bowlers have bowled really well.
The ground staff are now at the covers, I'm afraid. So they'll know the weather better than any of us, I think. So perhaps not good signs. We hope it passes over quickly. End of the over. 9 overs gone, 10 without loss.
Us as cricket lovers would love to see the signs of that. You want to see those groundsmen hanging their feet, sitting back and relaxing. You don't want to see those signs where the groundsmen are holding out for those covers. You want them to go back and sit down. But we totally understand the reason why they do that. They want to preserve the pitch. But they'll probably wait for the call from the umpires.
Matthew Boast continues from the hen observer end to Lesiba Ngope. And that's nicely pushed through the covers by Ngope. He'll get a couple. Matthew Boast also enjoying a good season with the ball for the Titans. Had a very good one-day cup, and in the 4-day competition, 12 wickets in 3 matches, averaging just 22 with the ball. If there is a bit of moisture from the heavens happening, the Titans won't want the ball to get wet or damp. They've been getting some early movement. And if the ball gets wet, of course, it's unlikely to swing.
usually the conversation amongst the fielders, you can always communicate that ball never touches the ground. It makes you see your bowlers giving you a nasty look if the ball ever touches the ground.
Oh, that was very wayward from Boast. Sammy ensures it's just the one by.
And Sammy definitely saved a boundary there. Good keeping once again. Matthew Boast straying leg side. Won't be happy with that delivery. He's bowled so well this morning. You want to bowl those pressure releaser shots where they can just rotate the strike with the batsman. But as you said, he's been in really good form coming into this game. You want to keep that up and maybe get a breakthrough before maybe the rain break, as we say.
Umpire Brad White just checking the bowler's landing areas there, just to make sure he doesn't infringe onto that protected area. Oh, that one went away from the left-hander, but just Boast starting that too wide.
So quite a bit of movement on that. Just looking at the Dragons' previous first innings in the last game, and looks like the batting order is quite strong in the middle order. So to be important for these two openers to set up those guys to be able to come in here when maybe the ball's a bit older.
Nicely slapped away off the back foot by Kleinfeld. Second boundary of the day. Really jumped on the width on offer from Boast.
Definitely a beautiful shot. Let's have a look at that again. Back foot punch. Oh, what a shot from Kleinfeld. He'll be happy with that.
Takes him into double figures. He's on 10. Total 17 without loss after 10 overs.
As I was going with my point, the previous first innings, if you look at the previous innings, you had Fantonda, Libba, De Swart and Herman scoring 50s apiece in the previous game. So the middle order was quite strong in the previous game, and they'll be relying on that middle order to get the bulk of the runs. Obviously, they expect their openers to do a handy job, and they want them to be batting quite well and to get that shine off that ball by the time they come in. Maybe it's a bit easier to bowl. But we get a change in bowling here in Marek Brett, the young lad coming in, right arm seamer, two slips and a gully.
Replacing Junior Darlow, who was on the fine leg boundary the previous over, and was having a long discussion with the physio or the conditioning coach of the Titans, but he's staying on the field. Darlow bowled 5 overs for just 7 runs. Doesn't look like there's anything wrong with him.
I think it's just a normal bowling change. Seeing the young lad warm up this morning, Brett, and he looked really good with high energies. He wanted to transfer that warm up that he had this morning onto this bowling performance this morning. As we see the groundsman sit down, I think good signs for the teams on the field.
Yeah, it seems to have got a little bit brighter in the last couple of minutes. Eric Brett also enjoying a good season, 11 wickets in 3 matches, averaging 22. So very similar figures to his University of Pretoria teammate, Matthew Boast.
With that said, he'll want to be bowling like a bit like Matthew Boast, with consistency, ask questions. Bowl, we've seen that. I think that 5 meter mark, 6 meter mark has been the line to bowl this morning. It's asked a lot of questions. He'll want to keep it up.
Good work by Junior Darla to cut off that drive.
Bit of a fuller one there by Brett. He'll want to maybe sway away from those. I think those are a bit of easier ones to time. We've seen the fuller deliveries probably don't challenge batsmen as much. They probably don't move as much as well. So maybe that fuller line, but wider from the batsman, just makes the batsman push at it a little bit more.
Bottom edged over the leaping Munsa. I mean, you got a hand to it though. So no run. He's come full and on the pads to the left-hander, generally not a good place to bowl. The Titans do seem to like bowling around the wicket to the left-handers, as we see that one bottom edged into the ground and then stopped by wicketkeeper Moonsami, half stopped.
Might be a plan from maybe the bowling coach, maybe with regards to that, to maybe rather keep it, not to give the batsman a bit of room to play with.
There you see on the pads and an easy put away for Lesiba Ngope. Yeah, from that angle around the wicket, you really can't be getting too straight to the left-handers. They are generally very strong off their pads, and it becomes almost a free hit. So that's the end of the 11th over, 21 without loss. The openers have done well, doing their job.
Good morning, Ken.
Yeah, welcome, Mbali.
Great morning so far. Everything is a bit steady. No loss of wickets as yet. It was just one shout that I can think of, but nothing was given by the umpires.
Mbali Hlope Mokaka joining me.
Thank you for the warm welcome. Now, there'll be a change of bowling. We saw Matthew Boast coming from the Henops River end earlier, just trying to find out.
So Lesego Koko Shabana, the man making his
debut.
Yeah, 4-day debut for the Titans.
And he starts off with a ball that goes for 4. Pretty good start, but unfortunately the batsman was able to rock back and punch it for 4.
Koko Shabana starting over the wicket to the left-hander, the first bowler we've seen do that, but too straight on the pads and nicely put away by Kleinfeld. Super timing through mid-wicket.
Okay. Responds with a good delivery, great piece of movement, bouncing on leg stump, moving on to the off. Shabane, like you said, he's making his debut today, having played just one short format game in the past.
Yeah, and he only got to bowl one delivery in that one-day cup match he played, which was either a wide or a no ball, but it was the winning runs. So technically he hasn't bowled a legal ball before today.
Kleinfeld now on 14, looking very, very solid. Not giving anything away, not even a chance to the Titans bowlers so far this morning.
It was a wide that Coco Shabana bowled.
What a great way to start.
Yeah. Borant, it was against Borant and Paul. They were chasing only 111.
On the mark again. Seem to be bowling with a very decent pace. Rocking back on the back foot for a defensive shot. No runs in that ball. Shabani Lesego. For a moment you'd think the name is Coco and the surname is Shabane. Kanti, it's Lesego Coco Shabane.
One of those nice names to pronounce, rolls off the tongue.
Beautiful delivery, swing and a miss. It could have been, but unfortunately it's just one of those days where you can bowl the right delivery, the batsman misses everything. At the end of that over, it is 25 without loss after 12 overs. Matthew Kleinfeld on 14 after 38 deliveries. Lesibang Wepe on 10 after 34. So far, the partnership seems very solid. Have given nothing away to the bowling team.
Yeah, and Lesego Coco Shabana will be pleased to have got his first full over for the Titans out the way. The first delivery was a bit misdirected, but the rest of the over pretty good. He's 21 years old, hails from Johannesburg, went to Queen's High School, which has produced quite a few cricketers in recent years.
Beautiful ball from Merrick. Beautiful delivery, that is. Merrick Brett bowling straight, giving nothing away, very tight. Has also gone for only 4 runs so far, and this is his second over. Talking about Queen's High School, in the last few years have been producing lots of provincial players for both the Titans and Central Gauteng Lions. Great shot, only to the fielder. Very well stopped in the covers. Lesibang Wepe looking solid, confident, but he just needs to find the gaps there.
Generally known as a very attacking stroke player, Lesibang Wepe, but it's good to see him in this role of opener, being very patient. He's got 10 or 35 balls, just getting himself in. Good watchful innings so far.
Great shot by Ngwepe. Goes for 4, stand and deliver. Flew off the bat like lightning. There was no way a fielder could catch up to that. It goes for 4. Just a little bit of width from Merrick Brett, and it rocks back and squares off. Ngwepe very strong off the cut shot there.
That's more like it from the Lesibang Wepe, what we have come to expect through the years, but very well put away. The fantastic shot wasn't that wide from Merrick Brett, just a touch short.
There will be 4 more, rocking on the back foot again, just finding the gap. Back-to-back boundaries from Ngwepe. You know, after that, as a bowler, you walk slowly back to your mark and you're thinking, I'm losing the plot here.
Well, sudden flurry of runs for the Dragons. 3 boundaries in the last couple of overs. The run rate is shot up to 2.6, whereas for the first, well, I think they only had 10 runs after 9 overs.
Good comeback there. And the sun slowly coming out from the clouds. That should help a bit as a batsman compared to when you have to face the ball when it's a bit cloudy. Sometimes it's not that visible. Nips in the air also. But a beautiful ground, I must say this is. Solid forward defense shot there from Ngwepe. With that being said, it's the end of the over there.
Brett and Coco Shabana just need to be careful that they don't undo all the good work of the new ball pair. Kept things really tight to the Junior Dollar and Matthew Boast. And they don't want to go searching too much here. The change bowlers just build on that opening pressure.
I would have done things a bit different. 2 young fast bowlers bowling end to end. Should have kept 1 experienced bowler. Beautiful delivery from Lesego Koko Hlabane.
I think Merrick Brett has fair experience at this level. This is his 9th 4-day game for the Titans, and I kind of understand Captain Neil Blunt wanting Junior Dollar and Matthew Boast to set the tone, bowl well in tandem up front. And you can understand if Koko Hlabane has a few nerves, his 4-day debut. But Merrick Brett's a guy who's, I think, experienced enough to do the job as first change.
Another good delivery on the block hole. Matthew Kleinfeld having to dig it out. No runs off the bowling this time. So far the Dragons looking very solid. We spoke about Hardus Viljoen. What type of contribution do you think he'll have on the side? Obviously, having played cricket all over the place. Short delivery, nothing off it. Koko Hlabane getting into stride there.
Yeah, Hardus Viljoen, vastly experienced, as you say, in Bali. And I imagine the Dragons have probably had a couple of injuries to their pace bowling stocks. Miguel Pretorius, conspicuous by his absence. But Hardus, a man who's got over 500 first-class wickets.
That's a great save. That's a great save there. Saved a couple of runs.
Braden Hicks, the debutant, doing great work there.
Seems very athletic. Saw him for the first time the previous Saturday when he came in as a sub. Was all over the place, all over the show. Nothing this time, not punished.
So the Dragons obviously involved in that relegation battle and needing to win either this game or their final match against Western Province at home to be safe. And obviously if Hardest Viljoen is available and willing to play for you, you would take him.
Most definitely. Another beautiful ball, beautiful delivery. With that being said, it is the end of the over. That is a maiden from Lesego Koko Tlhabane.
Norpe just and Planford, I think they're both grappling with their grips a bit to their bats. But they'll be very pleased that they've got to 14 overs. Just coming up to the hour mark now, 33 without loss. It's been a solid start after winning the toss for the Dragons.
Beautiful cover drive from Lisipe Ngwepe. Goes for 4. Starting to open his shoulders. We spoke about the run rate starting to go up. We are starting to experience that. Spoke about Merrick Brett not losing control after that beautiful opening spell from the 2 opening bowlers. Also a beautiful response from him. Takes a lot to come back as a bowler after you've been hit for 4.
He's a dangerous batter, is Lisipe Ngwepe. If he gets going, gets the bit between his teeth, he can really punish bowling attacks. Titans just need to tighten up a bit here.
There'll be more runs. May not go for 4, but certainly a couple of them. 3 to be precise. Ngwepe now really going after Merrick Brett and just adding to the scoreboard.
40 now, the opening partnership, and good chase there by Matthew Boast. He's just bowled 5 overs, the big fast bowler. Showed a good turn of speed there, chasing that ball, cutting it short before the boundary.
Yeah, saved a single run there. Goes a very long way.
Good fielding in the gully.
Yeah, certainly making his fielders work this morning. Just needs to find his rhythm again.
Dewald Brevis has become almost an ever-present in that position for the Titans this season. Really fine fielder.
Yeah, making it his own. Another good delivery, as there's nothing of it. So you appreciate such. Another delivery. With that being said, it is the end of the over. Takes it to 40 without loss after 15 overs. Still Kleinfeld on 14. Now in the last over 2, we've seen Lesiba Ngwepe accelerate from 10 to 25 of his 43 deliveries that he has faced so far. On the right track there.
So I mentioned the heavy rain in Johannesburg last night. Is that big top of the log clash down the road from us at the Wanderers that's meant to have started today, but the news from the Wanderers between the Lions and the Dolphins is that the toss has been delayed due to a wet outfield.
Beautiful delivery coming around the wicket this time. Talking about last night's rain, it was very, very heavy, and surely as the day progresses with the great infrastructure and how the drainage system is at the Wanderers, we should have a toss later. Lions are very eager to extend their run and get more points. Good delivery again, making Lesiba Ngwepe defend.
If the bowler is trying to tighten things up against a left-handed batsman, coming around the wicket can be one way of doing it, just cramping him up a bit. Just have to make sure you don't get too much onto the pads with the angle.
Beautiful outswinger, pitched on the fourth stump, swinging out, making Lesiba Ngwepe chase it, but is willing to let it go as it knows how dangerous Coco Tlhabane is. There will be one more to Lesiba Ngwepe as he continues doing what he's doing, just finding the gaps. Surely he's now in the driving seat. He knows that once you get to your 20s, you need to convert to your 30s. From 30s, you don't convert to your 40s, you convert to 50.
Yeah, as I said earlier, Lesiba Ngwepe has been around the first-class game for a long time. If there is one criticism of him, it's that he has tended to make a lot of 30s, a lot of good-looking 30s in his career.
With area again,
which probably explains his average at this level of 27. 0.01 with the bat. Made his maiden 4-day Division 100 actually earlier this season for the Dragons against Boland. 16 half centuries in there. So conversion rate, something he could work on.
He needs to work on his conversion rate. That's very important. Quickly, a stolen single there. Very important to rotate the strike. With that being said, it is 43 without loss after 16 overs, and that will be the drinks break. A welcome drinks break there, Ken.
Yeah, I think the Titans perhaps just need to regroup a little bit. Dragons openers have had a bit of a flurry of runs in the last 20 minutes or so, and it's also a chance for ourselves to regroup. We'll be back in a couple of minutes after this drinks break.
Welcome back after a deserved drinks break that we took there. Score still on 43 without loss after 16 overs.
Matthew Boast was going to be back, but just something not ready. Umpire Dennis Smith stopping him.
Yeah, Matthew Boast coming back into the attack. Open the bowling from the avbob end. Starts off with the delivery that is a bit wide.
Titans captain Neil Brun kind of forced into the change back to Boast because Merrick Brett has gone for 19 runs in his 3 overs, 4 fours in those 3 overs, and it just released the pressure from this West Lane end.
Matthew Boast is one of the bowlers that bowled a very heavy ball. Also very quick, skids off the turf.
Well, very nicely in his opening spell, which was from the other end, Henops River end, 5 overs, 1 maiden, none for 9.
Very good shot delivery, making Ngwebe to have 2 minds there, not sure whether to go under or to play the delivery, but ends up with the keeper.
So far, this is the 17th over, and I haven't noticed much difference between bowling from the 2 ends.
The bounce has been very consistent compared to the previous game. Same spot as the first delivery there. Good carry to the keeper. Very good pace.
Depending on the weather, Friday's bowlers, I think, should enjoy a bit more pace from the pitch. It should quicken up. You saw that one from Boast. A little bit tennis ball bouncy.
With that being said, it is the very first wicket. Lisiwe Ngwebe driving and being caught on first sleep. Nearly dropped it, but got a second chance there to hang on to it. We weren't too sure whether it had stuck or it had just trickled down and fallen out of that basket there from the first sleep.
Well, Andile Pechlaquire, I think you'll see here from the body language that it did slip out of his grasp at first, in between the legs, and then his colleagues start celebrating again once it's clear that he's retrieved the ball. It would have been a bad one to miss that one straight to him, and Matthew Boast, the bowling changes worked for the Titans. He makes the breakthrough.
Yeah, it is definitely an impact. Very first over, immediately after the drinks break. Clearly the chat at the drinks break was, guys, let's get one quickly and just take off the pressure of ourselves. They seem to be accelerating. It's 43 for 1 with 1 delivery left in this over. Pretty happy to see the back of Lisiwe Ngwebe going back to the stands.
And again, unfortunately, Ngwebe not converting a promising start into something substantial, out for 27, as we see Renault van Tonder coming to the wicket. He's been a prolific scorer in 4-day cricket through the last few years.
Yeah, having played 57 matches, 21 50s there. Very decent average. Played his cricket in Free State at some point. And always a potential pro tier for me. Rate him very highly. Coming in at number 3 for the Dragons. Now, it's their chance to rebuild what was started by Kleinfeld and Ngwebe.
Having another good season, Renault van Tonder, averaging 60 in the 4-day series, 100 and 250s in his 6 innings. So clearly a key man for the Dragons now, and a wicket the Titans would love to have before the lunch break.
Most starts off with a good delivery. With that being said, it is the end of the over, the 17th over, 43 for 1. Lesegongwepe going for 27. And Kleinfeld still on 15.
Coco Flabane to continue. Done a good job, just 7 runs off his 3 overs so far. So obviously the last thing the bowling side needs is for bowlers at both ends to leak. And at least Neil Brunt has plugged the gap, plugged the hole with Matthew Boast, plugged the leak from the West Lane in, and Coco Flabane just looking to continue where he left off before the drinks break.
Yep, still coming right around for Kleinfeld. No, he seems to have decided otherwise. Bowling over the wicket. Balls to the pads and a quick 2. You know, it's quite nice to just get off the mark in a partnership for the 2 batsmen, whether it's the new batsman, but just to have 2 runs is very important when building a partnership.
We now have a left-hander and a right-hander at the crease together, so that's going to be a fresh challenge for the Titans.
Another single added to the scoreboard. Obviously, field changing is very challenging, having to bowl to a lefty and a right-hander every now and then. Sometimes each and every delivery requires players to move around.
Yeah, Coco Flabane is inexperienced, just his second match at the senior franchise level, but he's staying over the wicket to Fantondo.
Good delivery just to cramp him in. And Fantonda making sure that the ball does not ricochet and go back to his stumps there.
He's bowled nicely, Coco Flabane. Not of express pace, but he's sharp enough, and he's bowled nicely wicket to wicket, quite straight.
And the idea is not to try and do too many things, but just get the ball on the spot. And also well fielded off his own bowling. Still talking about getting the ball on the right spot, trying to make use of the pitch and the lovely weather here.
Exactly right, Mbali. Keep it simple. Here at SuperSport Park, if you do the basics well as a pace bowler, there's almost always some assistance that the pitch is going to give you.
Another delivery where he just cramps him up, pitches on the fifth stump, but comes in. By the time he's playing the ball, he's already on off the 2 stumps, off and middle stump. As you can hear, the voice of Andile Pehlugwayo, who took a stunning catch, nearly let it out there.
Well, it would have been stunning if he had dropped it, because it was straight at him.
Beautiful delivery coming in. Another end of the over.
Yeah, I really like what Lesego Koko Shabana has done in that over, bowling to the new batter. Didn't give him anything loose, didn't give him any free balls to get off the mark. Kept it tight, and I think that last ball particularly good. Just offside off stump. Maybe Van Tonder a bit anxious to get his innings underway. Might have just poked at it, but he showed good judgment. He left it alone. But Koko Shabana is bowling really nicely on his 4-day debut here.
Van Tonder, very experienced, so he knows how to go about these things. Unlike when you're a very young batsman who's eager, you want to fish or go after everything, especially when you're a bit nervy early in the innings. Murphy Post continues from the end that we're sitting on. He's been on the mark, having broken the partnership, the opening partnership, which was very solid and stubborn.
Just going back to Renault Van Tonder, he's one of those guys that I would consider a proper 4-day batter. There aren't too many of them around anymore, with the focus shifting to T20.
Beautiful delivery from Murphy Post. There was bounce, there was pace, taken off the chest, at chest height.
Yeah, watch how this one leaps off the surface, as well as leaving the left-hander. This is a hell of a delivery from Matthew Post, and Kleinfeld did well not to get a touch on that one.
And it goes down and does a bit of gardening too. Another one, same spot, but not the very same. It did not take off like the previous one. Looks a tad bit slower than the previous delivery, with the keeper taking it at knee height. So certainly playing with the ball there, bowling one quicker one and coming back to a not so quick one there.
Just to finish on Renault Van Tonder, why I call him a proper 4-day cricketer, he's able to bat for long periods of time. You feel like he's got the patience. He doesn't get anxious if he hasn't scored for a while. Very much bats inside his bubble. And his first-class record, averaging 47 in Division 1, shows that. And he's got 600s and some of them big ones as well.
Takes one as he middles the ball to extra cover. Luandre Pretorius just tidying up there. Murphy Post now comes back to right arm over for the new batsman, Renault Van Tonder. Also just one delivery for him. Even the previous over, he only had to deal with one delivery. With that being said, a beautiful shot, which goes for 4. Set up. Renault Van Tonder played a beautiful cover drive. With that, it's 51 for 1 after 19 overs. The Dragons reach their 50 runs off after 87 minutes, 114 balls with 8 fours.
Lovely controlled drive there by Renault Van Tonder for him to get off the mark and take the Dragons to their first landmark. You see there, very nice use of the hands to get it through, extra cover, very nicely controlled stroke by Renault van Tonder. He's got a double 100 to his name in Division 1 cricket, and that just shows his capabilities in this format. It was against the Titans.
More runs for Matthew Kleinveld. That left-right combination makes the bowler to adjust their lines a lot, especially if they keep scoring runs almost every delivery. It becomes very difficult also for the fielding side because they need to change a lot, so one is not very consistent.
Well, that's why I like that Coco Klabana is just bowling over the wicket to the left-hander and obviously staying there to the right-hander as well. Just keeps it simpler for him.
A forward solid defensive drive there from Renault van Tonder. He spoke about him looking like a batsman that comes in, applies himself, can play the game for a very longer period, doesn't get easily put under pressure to score runs or continuously keep the scoreboard ticking. Just a shot, but it's a tad bit high. Half-hearted shot from the Titans there.
Sharp movement back into the right-hander though from Coco Klabana. Quite late as well. Very good delivery this.
Starting to find his stride in this team. For a moment, players excited, only for the umpire to say it's a bump ball. We weren't too sure where we're sitting, whether the ball had carried, only to get indication that the ball had bounced as it left the bat before being caught there by Brevis.
I think the Titans were having a joke there. They knew full well that it had been a bounce ball. Andre Pretorius having some fun at backward point. I'm sure Brad White, the umpire, saw the humour, shook his head very quickly. Coco Klabana also has got a nice simple action, good straight lines. Doesn't seem that there's much that can go wrong there.
The advantage of having a very good action when coming to bowl is also keeps you away from injuries. Unlucky there, but lucky for the batsman. Goes off between the third slip and point. An edge there to end the over. Takes the score to 56 for 1 after 20 overs. Coco Klabana ending that over there.
And in Bali, I could see some blue sky for the first time today, just away to left of screen, as you see on the screen, and that seems a good time for me to hand over to Kamva Inyakana.
Thank you again.
Kamva, welcome. Just to recap, Matthew Kleinfeld, 20 not out after 56 deliveries. Lisibuya Ngwepe being the only wicket to fall this morning on 27 after having faced 53 deliveries. Renault van Tonder is now on 8 after 11 deliveries.
Sitting out, had a chance to just observe a little bit actually. We've come to the end of the 20 overs. It's been an interesting start to the morning actually. Just got a bit of a subdued start from the Dragons. A bit of a slow over rate initially. And then I think after the 10 over mark, 15 over mark, I believe. Nice line in length there from Matthew Bose once again. As I was saying, it was a nice subdued start from the Dragons, and slowly picked up, and look at a few overs, a bit of a flurry. The last couple of overs came with a wicket as well.
Yeah, Renault van Tonder coming in, and when I came in, there was a flurry of runs. Seemed like Lisibuya Ngwepe had just made it his mission to go after Merrick Brett.
Oh, is that a drop catch? That
it is. It's definitely a drop catch. Flew off the bat. By the time that Matthew Brevis saw it, it was past him. He tried to, grab hold of it, but fortunately hit his hands and has gone to the boundary for 4.
Just a back foot punch that. I think slipped through the hands of Brevis. He'll be disappointed with that. He's got high standards with his fielding. He's a beautiful fielder. So he'll be quite disappointed with that, Brevis. Let's have a look at that again from Matthew Boast. Back of a length delivery, punch from Kleinfeld. Oh, I'll be a bit disappointed with that. Matthew Boast, once again, at the back of a length delivery. Kleinfeld receives it with a back foot punch, I can say. Back foot defensive shot, rather, to point.
Yeah, Boast, having taken that crucial opening wicket earlier off Lisibuya Ngwepe, trying to just continue with the momentum.
Oh, what a shot from Kleinfeld. Back foot punch to the covers for 4.
The ball just sitting up. Kleinfeld rocking back and just pushing it off the back. Goes for 4 on this beautiful field, which is carpet-like.
Well, as you see that once again from Kleinfeld, he'll be happy with that shot. Matthew Bose will maybe want to get up a little bit tad fuller to ask that question of Kleinfeld. Again there from Matthew Bose, back of a length delivery. Matthew Bose again with the back of a length delivery, met by a back foot punch by Kleinfeld. It's been a good start by Kleinfeld. It's been start with a bit of boundaries, as well as he's been quite observant with these shots as well.
Post just gets one there. With that being said, it is the end of the over. 65 for 1 after 21 overs. Kleinfeld on 29, Van Tonder on 8.
As we look at the bowling stats, we look at Matthew Bose. He's been the pick of the bowlers this morning with 8 overs, 2 maidens and 20 wicket piece. And Junior Dalla also started off really well this morning as well. with 5 wickets, tidy 5 wickets, going at only 1.4. And then Marek Brett, a little bit on the expensive side of things, but he had an amazing start. And as well as Koko Shabana, also really bowled tidily as well this morning. Got Marek Brett coming in once again with 2 slips and a gully. Oh, foot punch again, but Kleinfeld for a single.
Brett being taken off this end and coming from the Henops River end. Hopefully a change of ends will bring in the luck and the wickets.
Maybe he wasn't feeling really comfortable on the other end. As you see, he coming now over the wicket again to Fantonda, which has looked really well, looked really good since he's come in. Marek Brett will want to tidy up his bowling a little bit. Oh, another beautiful shot from Fantonda. Back foot punch, 3-point. He'll be really happy with that shot. Marek Brett won't be happy with his bowling. He's leaked quite a few runs this morning. Maybe disappointed his bowling counterpart. As we see that shot go through the point for 4.
Yeah, he's having it tough this morning. He's been the most expensive bowler so far of the day. And the Dragons seem to have identified somebody they can score runs off.
As you mentioned, he changed ends, and you'd probably like to think maybe with him changing ends, you would have a bit of luck, as you had mentioned. And hasn't really changed. We picked up an early boundary in this over, considered an early boundary in this over. He would want a bit of luck and maybe to bowl a bit of the tighter lines, maybe to apply the pressure again. Hopefully, maybe he'll find his rhythm on the Henops River end. Oh, nice line there. Look at the back of a length delivery there by Brett.
Yeah, I think that's the line that he should be bowling and not worry about too many other things. Just find his rhythm, because he seems to be struggling a bit at this point. He just needs to get his head straight and head it right. He'll definitely get one that's going to reward him.
Oh, that's a tad bit high, quite straight there by Brett. Nice follow-up delivery from the one that's a bit of back of a length delivery. Like to have a look at that once again. How far did that hit?
Empire says not out there. Definitely a bit high, swinging too much. But definitely with the shout.
Matthew Brett coming in with 2 slips and a gully. You'll want to follow up that delivery again with another good one. Nice forward punch there by Fantonda. Nice response from him. Besides that boundary ball that Matthew Brett bowled, he had a decent over.
Very decent over.
Got a change in bowling here. Junior Dalla coming back. It's about 30 minutes to lunch. He'll want to maybe pick up a scalp here for his Titan side. He really bowled well in his initial spell. Tidily, economical. He was bowling that back of a length line we've been talking about. Titan that fits 4-stump line. You want to continue with that to apply the pressure again, pick up another wicket for his team?
Yeah, In his 5 overs that is bowled this morning, he only went for 7 runs. And we all know that Junior Dala bowls a very heavy ball, very precise, gets straight into it, doesn't try to do too many things.
Starts off with a bit of a foolish delivery, but straight. Received by a front foot drive by Fantonda, who's looked quite good this morning since he's come in.
Fantonda, very impressive to watch.
A wider one there by Dala. He's coming into this game with quite good stats. He's been probably the pick of the bowlers for the Titans for the last 2 4-day games. And he'll probably want to lead the Titans, as I said again, with maybe a wicket going into lunch. Beautiful cover drive by Fantonda, but straight to cover.
Hicks there just doing the tidying up. Hicks, the debutant.
Another back of the length delivery there by Junior with good carry. He's bowling with a lot of energy since he's come back. He's shown that in this first spell. He's come back with more energy once again. His captain will look for him to break this partnership that's starting off between Kleinveld and Fantonda. It's been a bit of a brisk partnership, I could say.
Yeah, so far with the 28 runs. Starting to be a dangerous partnership.
Important game this for both the sides. Titans sitting maybe prettily at third, but obviously will want to definitely get a win here at home. And the Dragons fighting on the relegation side of things. They'll both want to get that win over the line. Not sure if the other game in Johannesburg has started as of yet.
Great delivery there.
The game at Wanderers has just about started. It's the Dolphins came into bat first, with they now 9 runs for none. Started really well as well. They've got Sel Evia opening the batting with Ditole. Sel Evia with 2 runs off 11 balls, and Ditole with 3 runs off 8 balls. It's been a bit of a subdued start from them in the first 3.1 overs. From the other side, also a very important game in the context of this competition, with the Lions placed first and the Dolphins second. Beautiful shot there by Kleinveld, a pull shot from the square leg side for 4.
Yeah, they're definitely not giving Meregret a chance to settle in. Always scoring a boundary in an over that is bowled. So far being the most expensive bowler. We mentioned the partnership moving to 32. Kleinveld playing a very critical role this morning as an opening batsman.
Back foot punch there by Kleinfeld. Titans will be keeping a close eye on this. On this game here in Johannesburg, to be an important game for them to see if maybe Lions can do them a favor over the Dolphins, because they're quite tight with the Dolphins there, with I think 3 points separating them on the log. So they want definitely the Lions to do them a favor there at the Wanderers Stadium. And the Titans will obviously need to do a job here as well. They won't be just looking for a favor. They'll be looking to do a job here to win this game here and to be able to put themselves in a pretty position of second place going into the last rounds of the competition. I think to be interesting into the competition as Matthew Brett come in.
And also the Lions will be looking to get away from everyone and just secure that spot. Make sure that it gives them a chance to have the final being played at home. You know, playing in front of your home crowd or being home becomes much easier, and let the Dolphins and the Titans fight for it. Everybody's looking for a favor. Titans are looking for a favor from the Dolphins, from the Lions, and the Dolphins are hoping for a favor from the Dragons to keep the Titans where they are.
Again, Brett on the back of a length delivery, similar start to the last over, where he let off a bit of a loose delivery and then comes back nicely. Maybe if you can get rid of that boundary ball and just maybe find those tighter lines to apply that pressure with Junior Dalla, because we know what Junior Dalla will do on the other end. He'll be consistent. He'll keep the pressure on. I want to back him up going into this last part of this final session. Fantonda clips that on the leg side to third man.
Just one there. You know, this left-right combination working wonders for the batting team, because it becomes very difficult for a bowler to settle in. He always needs to change his line. Also having to come right around this time by the bowler.
Red coming in again, 2 slips and a gully. See what he can do. As you see, the beautiful fielding there. Boundary by Higgs. Just 2 there that was pushed by the Dragons. Nice shot there by Kleinfeld.
Dalla continues this over, walking with the captain there, trying to come up with a strategy. I wonder if we'll even have spin before we go for lunch. So far the captain has used his pace bowlers there, Kamba.
I think for now they can still carry on with the pace. Usually you don't see much turn in the first session of day 1. What a cover drive from Fantonda. Fantonda's looked really well good this morning. Another beautiful cover drive, 1 knee down. Let's look at that once again. Bit of a foolish delivery from Junior Dalla. He's bowled really well today. Would have been a bit disappointed about that. That was a bit of a gift from Junior Dalla.
Very pleasing to see when a player plays such a beautiful cricket shot. Beautiful to watch. Sticking to the basics of cricket, timing.
Responds with a sure back of the foot, back of a length delivery again by Junior Dalla. A good response from Fantonda. He's looked well, as I said. I think you guys had mentioned that earlier, that he's a typical grinder of a cricketer. A few of those nowadays, as you guys mentioned. But he's looked quite well. He's batted quite quickly today. Another back foot defense by Fantonda once again.
Yeah, I'm actually looking forward to seeing more of Fantonda this afternoon, provided they don't get him out. I think there's just something about him that is special, having come in at number 3. Very pleasing to watch.
As you can hear from here, we can still hear the Titans are still very positive out there, which is it's a good thing, because it will be important for them to keep their energy levels up, talking, motivating their bowlers. They don't want to sit back here during this partnership that's going to 40 quite quickly. Oh, what a beautiful delivery by Junior Dala. It's a full-edge delivery with very good carry.
That was a beautiful delivery. Also, there was pace, there was bounce, the keeper taking it at chest height.
You'll want to hang around there a lot. You'll definitely want to hang around there. That's the line that will ask a lot of questions of the batsman. That brings the end of the over by Junior Dala. End of the 25th over. The score at the moment is 83 for 1 after 25 overs. I'd say the session is going towards Dragon side.
Yeah. Unless something miraculous happens in the next few overs, that partnership, which is less than an hour, or should I say, which is now 40 minutes, that needs to be broken, has now produced a partnership of 40, with Fantonda moving to 18 and Kleinfeld on 37. They need to quickly remove either of the batsmen.
Oh, what a shot again. He's played quite a few of those, Kleinfeld, today. Back foot pull on the right, the leg side.
Definitely not going to remove him. If you bowl there, he's definitely going to score. He's been around for a while. He's seen the ball very well. He's timed the ball very well.
This partnership is quietly, or not rather quietly, but rather quite quickly moves over to 44 through a few gifts from Brett. He won't be happy about that. Another back foot shot to third man. They've added a bit of protection there on that side now, due to a couple of boundaries that have gone to the leg side. Off that back of a lens short delivery, not short enough. Maybe he's looking for that bouncer, but when you really bowl it at that height, you're really asking the batsman to hit you before.
Yeah. Merrick Brett on a bit of the expensive side. 38 runs so far, and this is his 6th over.
Oh, cheeky single there. Cheeky single by Fantonda. But that's good rotational strike. It also makes it more difficult for Brett naturally struggling. He has to constantly be changing between the left and the right hand combination, as you mentioned. That does make things a little bit difficult. to contend with as a bowler, because you usually want to be sticking to maybe one batsman, bowling that consistent line. As soon as you chop and change, it kind of puts you off line a little bit and takes that rhythm away from you, because now you're changing angles, changing sides, and having constantly change the length for the different batsmen.
And obviously, having had a chat with the captain, Neil Brandt, who's now moved back to his position, surely was saying, don't change anything, keep on the very same line, all over.
Nice delivery there by Brett. Definitely the word from his captain might have worked. It's important for captains to come through to the youngsters, maybe when they're having maybe the offish mornings, to put his arm around him like he did, Neil Brandt, and just to really keep him calm and just remind him of why he's there and why he's selected today and why he's the right man to bowl at the moment. So I think it's a good thing that he had a bit of a chat with him, just to remind him that just stay focused, just keep on doing what you're doing, bowler, just bring it back on that right line again. It's gone left side to third man, hits the pad. I think as we see the umpire call a leg by.
Just going back to the youngster conversation, plenty of youngsters here in the Titans lineup. Braden Hicks, somebody who's making his debut today. You've got Merrick Brett, who's played about 9 4-day games, still fairly new. You've got the player that's making his debut, Lesego Koko Shabane, very young.
Nice shot again there by Fontonda. He's really timed the ball well this morning. He's seeing it like a beach ball, the way he clipped that for 2. Talking about youngsters, this Titan side is definitely jam-packed with youngsters. Talking about those 2 youngsters that performed really well last week with Londre Pretorius and your Dioval Brevis. The one got 100 last week, a beautiful 100, as well as unluckily Dioval Brevis fell short of 100 of 99. He'll want to convert that again today. So their youngsters are really coming through. The Titans will be looking ahead of kind of a beautiful future for them in terms of the youngsters and the 4-day stuff. It's always good to see the youngsters nowadays playing the 4-day stuff, because a lot of nowadays the T20 games that are being played a lot, and they miss out on those basics of the graft of the 4-day. So seeing them come through with the 100 and unfortunately 99 from those 2 youngsters, that would be quite impressive.
Fairly young. They've been around the block for a while, but fairly young.
Oh, another beautiful shot to the covers, but saved by that man at D point.
Talking about Brevis, he hit 3 big sixes, 2 of them crashing into the scoreboard there. That's how impressive those 6s were on Saturday morning.
And with that single brings up a 50 partnership between these 2 batsmen that have batted really well this morning. They've run in between the wickets really well, those cheeky singles as we spoke about, as well as quite a few boundaries as well that came through this partnership. Let's see Junior Dalla coming in. Oh, what a delivery from Junior Dalla. That was really tight on the outside edge. Oh, you have to look at that again. How close was that from getting the outside edge of Fontonda? Oh, quite close.
How quick was that 50 from the 2 batsmen? Great contribution from the 2.
Yet another back foot punch from Fantonta. We've seen quite a few of those this morning. I think it's his hitting area, back foot punch to point.
Sticking to the basics. If the ball is bad, definitely put it away. Keep rotating the strike. Becomes much easier.
I think that's been definitely the blueprint of this partnership. The ball has been punished, the good ball has been met with a good defensive shot, and also left really well. A nice delivery there by Junior Dala, quite full, and very good carry as well. We've seen quite a bit of few balls carry really well from Junior Dala, showing that he's bowling with a lot of energy this morning.
The carry and lifts. Junior Dala enjoying his bowling with the very same energy as when he started off this morning.
A bit of an inside edge on that. Good delivery from Junior Dala. One swinging back in from a fuller length. Let's have a look at that again. Oh, bit of inside edge on that. Poor pad. Junior Dala, as you said, he's been really bowling well this morning. You'll want to break this dangerous partnership he's been bowling, especially going into the lunch break. We want to see one of these two go out, and definitely the man that will be trusted with that job would be Junior Dala. Another beautiful shot of the back foot from Kleinveld. Goes for a single, brings to the end of the over. 95 for 1 after 27 overs.
A very crucial next 10 minutes. Try and make sure that you don't lose any wickets. And just go into lunch on the front foot as the batting team. But anything can happen in the next few minutes. If they lose a wicket or two, then the session would have been won. That would have quickly changed, and a session would have been won by the Titans.
As we have a look here, you called it. The spin that we see. So interesting to see what the pitch plays like with this for the spinner, the captain, as he brings himself on. Spoke to a groundsman earlier this morning. He spoke about the pitch being on a little bit of the drier side, so that might be a sign of a bit of maybe grip for the spinner, as we see the captain preparing to bowl his first over, just about the last 5 to 10 minutes of the first session.
Hoping to get an over 2 of spin, just to put a bit of pressure on the batsmen, get them to try and do something silly.
Oh, 4 runs there. Not a good start by the captain. Put a one that's straight leg side. Goes for 4. Bit of a misfield there by Junior Dala. He'll be really disappointed by himself. He usually has high standards with his fielding. Genuinely good in the deep. Also, the captain would like to correct that.
Somebody that works hard on his fielding, Junior Dala.
That's a better delivery from the skipper. He bowled the first 2, delivered a bit on the shorter side of things. First one cost him a boundary, due to maybe a misfield from his bowler. Maybe a bit of a tired legs there from Junior Dala. Two good deliveries there by Neil Brandt. He's bowled really well. He's bowled 2 good tight ones now, after the first 2 short ones. Another single Kleinveld that pushes him to 49. Just about 1 run off his It also brings up 100 for the team total, which also took Kleinveld to 49. Let's talk about Kleinveld's innings. What's your thoughts on that?
So far, very impressed. Beautiful innings, played very well. Hasn't scored, or there weren't periods in his innings where he was just careless when playing his cricket. So far, great shots that have gone for 4.
Oh, that was close by Neil Brand. He would have loved that breakthrough. That was a tight one. Could have gone either way. Let's have a look at that one. Maybe on the shorter side of things, a little bit higher on the pad.
That one, quicker delivery ball there.
Maybe sliding down leg a little bit. A little bit on the higher side of things. Okay. Let's have a look at that delivery once again. Quicker, maybe sliding down leg and a little bit higher on the higher side of things. But that would keep Neil Brand quite interested coming into the next over. As we see Junior Dalla coming in from his 9th over.
Just continuing from where he left off the previous over. Junior Dalla just hitting that spot, hitting that mark. Seems to have found his rhythm and knows where to bowl, where exactly to pitch the ball and make it very difficult for the other batsmen to play.
Bit of a shot there by Junior Dalla, quite high and leg side-ish from Junior Dalla, which gives a single to the team total, rather. Which Kleinveld probably would have loved for it to maybe nick his bat to push him to 50. A good single leg side by Fantonda, which brings Kleinveld onto strike on 49 of 81 balls. He's looked really good this morning. He's left really well, played a few cover drives, a few back foot shots, pulls. He'd love to convert this 49 into a 50 and get into the lunch break with that 50 under the belt.
Yeah, has an array of shots in his armory. Comfortable with the shot. Ball also being able to score off the front foot and off the back foot.
As you hear the jeers from his teammates, that brings up 50 for Kleinveld. Oh, what an innings for him. He's played really well. Kleinveld, back foot punch again for a single that takes him to 50. He'll be happy about that. His teammates will be happy about that. He's been really assured this morning. He's blocked really well, left really well, and taken those singles when they were on offer.
Yep, his 50 runs, 4 fours, 8 fours, so a total contribution of 32 runs.
Oh, that was a bit of a streaky shot, I could say, by Fantonda.
Yeah, but along the ground, bit on the safe side. Just going back to Fantonda, going back to Kleinveld. 32 runs of the 50 were boundaries. 8 fours, So he's scoring quite very well there.
Oh, nice follow-up delivery again from Junior Dalla. Back of the length delivery. And that brings us to lunch. Is it end of the over? Sorry, my bad. Oh, it is
Yep.
lunch, actually. I was
Looked
right.
like the Empires called it.
Beautiful end of the innings at the end of the delivery there by Junior Dalla with a good session that goes towards the Dragons that are really bowled well. If you look at them, the batting side of things, we look at Matthew Kleinfeld would bring up 50 there just before the lunch stroke, 50 of 82 balls. And also Luciban Guepe, he's batted really well as well before he lost his wicket to Matthew Boat, where he scored 27 of 53 balls, as well as Reynard van Ton, who was on 25 of 39 balls, who's batted really well in this session at quite of a rapid rate, I could say, which has been a great support to Kleinfeld. Bali, what's your thoughts on the bowling?
Well, we've had Matthew Boast who's taken 1 wicket, the only solitary wicket this session, having gone for 23 runs in his 8 overs. Junior Dalla was very economical, going at a rate of 2 runs and over, having bowled his 9 overs and going just for 18 runs. Lesego Koko Hlabane, who's making his debut, going for 15 runs of his 5 overs there. Seeing that he's been going for about an average of 3 runs and over, but very good start for the young man. Lesego Hlabane was very consistent, bowled with a nice rhythm. He's just been unlucky not to get a wicket, and so far it is lunch at the end.
That brings us into the session. See you after the lunch break. We welcome you back to the second session at the SuperSport Centurion Stadium, where the first session went towards the Dragons, where there were 101 for 1 of 29 overs. We saw a beautiful start to the innings by Kleinveld, who scored a 50 in that first session, backed up by Wepe, where he was dismissed by Matthew Boast, caught by Andile Peshegwayo, and then we had Fandonda come in playing fluently. I welcome you back. My name is Gamba Nyikana, and I welcome back Ken Borland.
Afternoon, Kamba, and it is going to be the man of the morning, if you like, Matthew Kleinveld, on strike. He's got 50 to his name. I liked the way he batted in that morning session, really valued his wicket, looked really thirsty to stay here for a long time, and he's got 50 to his name, and it's going to be Merrick Brett bowling to him.
Merrick Brett starting off with a backward length delivery, just wide off stump, straight into keeper. Very good carry to start off with. He'll want to better his bowling from the first innings, first session rather. He was a bit on the expensive side of things as we look at his run tallies, or on his bowling tally rather, with 6.1 overs of 41 runs, which is on the expensive side of things.
Yeah, he struggled to hit the target in the morning session.
Nice full length delivery there by Brett, hitting his mark quite early in this second session. Talking about Kleinveld, he's looked really well. He looked really good. Played a beautiful from the first session. He looked really good, and he'll look to continue where he left off.
Yeah, no doubt he'll be grinding a bit in the first few overs of this session, just to get himself back in the groove, get it back into his innings, and then we'll look to tee, I guess, and make sure he's still there.
Oh, what a shot by Kleinveld, just over Dalla, their third man. Oh, that was very close. It was a sure shot though. We definitely went hard at it.
Well, it kind of contradicts what I just said about taking your time and getting into the groove. It was a little bit short from Merrick Brett, but not the most controlled pull shot, and he was lucky that just cleared the very athletic Junior Dala down at the fine leg boundary.
After starting so well, Brett bowls a shorter length delivery, not short enough maybe, and maybe with a man that is quite seeing the ball like a beach ball. Back foot punch to deep point by Kleinveld after that beautiful 6 he hit.
Yeah, Merrick Brett bowled 6 overs for 41 runs, as you said, Kamba, in the morning session, and in a session in which 105 runs were scored of 29 overs. It just shows you how, if one bowler is just not hitting their mark, hitting their targets, it can really affect the team. I mean, the other 23 overs in the morning went for just over 60 runs. So it's a big difference, and he needs to get it right this afternoon.
Another short delivery by Brett. Just slowly goes over for a boundary. Pull shot, beautiful pull shot by Fantonda.
Yeah, it's the wrong length that Merrick Brett's bowling there. It's a bit too short for a man of his pace. I'm not saying he's slow, he's sharpish, but you know, the sort of length he's bowling is the sort of length that would suit Matthew Boast more, who bowls heavy balls and gets a bit more bounce. Merrick Brett is more skiddy, and yeah, he needs to get it pitched up a bit more than he has in this over.
You look at the score line here, and it's 116 for 1 of 29 overs, and your immediate thought, you'd think, oh, the team hasn't really bowled well, and that would be probably a fair and unfair observation. And yeah, as you mentioned, that the one bowler can deter your score, your bowling figures as a team. And if you look at the other figures of the bowlers, they've been quite tidy. And then if you look at Brett, he hasn't really found his mark. He's been out of rhythm. His bowl's short, his bowl's full. And maybe he needs that captain to maybe just get his arm over him again and maybe have a chat with him, see if he can help him maybe hit his lines again.
Yeah, well, I presume there was a good chat with him during the break, and the feeling was, let's get him out there early in the second session, and he can try and put things right. Not a good first over from him. 11 runs off it. But Matthew Boast has been very good again today. He's going to take up the cudgels from the West Lane end.
Oh, what a beautiful start by Matthew Boast. Back of a length delivery, just coming a tad bit to the right, left-handed batsman of Kleinveld. You wouldn't expect that from Kleinveld after he'd really had a good first session. Let's have a look at that delivery once again. Oh, beautiful back of a length delivery. Just nips away from the left-hander. Just about nips away.
And Kleinveld really followed that run with the hands, a really firm push at it. Previously, when he's been beaten outside off stump, he's just been defending. But you can see the head went back, annoyed with himself. That was loose.
Beautiful follow-up delivery, but fuller from Matthew Boast. But I must say, it has to be important for the Dragon side again to realize that they've just come from an innings break now, maybe to kind of put in that focus again, graft a little bit more for the first maybe 5 overs before they want to take off where they left off. They're quite quick with their run scoring just before the break, so maybe the mindset might be on the side of they want to score again, want to get those runs going once again. So maybe graft again and then try to get back into it.
Did right, Convert. It was a very good morning session for the Dragons after they won the toss and elected to bat. 105 for 1 at lunch. I mean, that's a really good effort. But you start back at 0 after lunch, and it's exactly what you've said. That you take some confidence from what happened in the morning session, but you can't just come out and play as if you haven't had a break. The foundations need to be laid again.
Back for shot there by Fantonda for a single. Same goes for the Titans as well. They might be a little bit disappointed with their first session, I say again. They might be disappointed that they didn't pick up maybe wickets, maybe didn't. You could probably say they're on the unlucky side of things. But it's important that they must know that these batsmen also just come back from a lunch break. The concentration is not up as of yet. So it will be important 5 to 10 minutes now to the next couple of overs to really hit your lines and length. They've got another opportunity now to rectify whatever things that they need to fix that they maybe didn't get right in the first innings or first session, sorry. Forward drive there by Fantonda for 2. Good running there by this partnership.
And the ball does seem to be coming on quite nicely now. This pitch has had a bit of sun. It'll start quickening up. And I'm sure the Titans will target 3 wickets in this session. They didn't bowl badly, generally, in the first session. But if they can get 3 wickets now in this session, then the game is right back on an even keel.
Oh, nice shot there. Quick single by Fantonda. That was a tight single there, I must say. Though, At the end of that brings us to the end of the over. So
Neil Brunt, the skipper, with the shy there. He bowled just an over before lunch. Looked like there was a bit of turn on offer for him. You spoke, Cumber, in the morning about the grass being quite coarse out there, which immediately made me think about spin and some purchase.
definitely Neil Brunt asked a few questions. Started off a bit short in his first over, and then quickly brought it a bit full on the fuller length width. There was a bit more of a challenging length for the batsman. Had quite a close call there towards the end of lunch. So interesting to see him back at some point in the second session. The sun is definitely baking on this pitch, so it might be a little on the drier side. Another beautiful back foot punch there to point by Fantonda. As I was saying, look, with the sun coming through now in this second session of the day, you genuinely you'd like to think that maybe on the sides of the pitch quickening up for the seamers as well, and then as well the pitch drying up a little bit more, which will allow more grip for the spinners. So it's interesting to see how maybe a quicker guy like Dalla will bowl, as well as Neil Brunt, how he will bowl as well if the pitch will grip in the second session. Nice forward defence there by Kleinveld to Merrick Brett bowling.
I thought Merrick Brett found a sort of ideal length with the last ball of his previous over, just a bit outside off stump. But if he could duplicate that length more often than not, I think things are going to go a lot better for him.
I wonder if you had touched that there, Merrick Brett. Just touch on your point there. He definitely has bowled a few good deliveries, but the disappointing part about his bowling that he's bowled that loose delivery, that odd loose or two in the over that have gone for a boundary, which has been a bit disappointing as we look at this ball here. If he had touched it, though Fantonda might have been in there with his foot.
Yeah, I think Brett might have got a finger on it, but Fantonda, interesting, got his foot back rather than his bat.
Brett's finding his length quite nicely in this over. I must say, probably must be his best over he's bowled since he's come on. Hope I'm not putting the markers on him.
He's gone for 8 fours and a 6, and he's in his 8th over now, so it speaks to what you said, Cumber, about a boundary and over. But much better over this one. If you're going to rather err on the side of being a bit fuller than too short at his pace.
Brett's coming in for his last ball, the over. He'll want to close out this over. He's always, since he started, he's been giving one boundary ball. He'll want to bowl a nice tight, maybe back of a length of full delivery here. That will give nothing away. He's tend to bowl the shorter one. I see as the deep square leg has gone to the boundary now. You tend to think he might bowl the short one. Nice delivery to close off the over. Impressive over by Brett. He'll be happy with that second over of his spell in the second session.
Yeah, an excellent comeback over from the young man, just the 1 run off it. And just looking at what's happening in the other CSA 4-day series matches on the go at the moment. Relegation battlers Western Province are batting first after winning the toss against Borland at Newlands. And Tony de Zorzi is running a little bit of mock there. He's on 75 not out, as Western Province have made a very good start, 124 for 1 against Borland. Down the road at the Wanderers, play got underway an hour and a half late due to a wet outfield. Lions sent the Dolphins into bat. Dolphins 36 for 1.
Oh, nice delivery there by Matthew Boast. A foolish delivery with a bit of movement coming into the right hand of Fantonda to make him think about something at least.
Yeah, he can stick in that channel all day. I mean, it's not a bad channel to bowl at all. Matthew Boast has been impressive today.
I think one thing about this pitch is that if you are consistent and you hit your lines quite consistently in the area. Oh, what a delivery from Matthew Bowes. Back of a length delivery. Oh, Fantonda will be disappointed at that. Pushes at that a little bit. He should have left that one. Although it was a very good delivery from Matthew Bowes. Second wicket of the day. 2 for 27 out of 9.1 overs.
Yeah, we've just spoken about it, how it's outside off stump, but it's a good channel because it seems that if you keep bowling out there, batters are like moths to a flame, just drawn to it. They can't help themselves. And you see here Fantonda fiddling outside the off stump, just had to follow it, trying to feel ball on bat. And he'll be really upset with himself, having batted really nicely before lunch. And now he's gone, caught behind for 33.
That wicket definitely came at a good time, just after lunch. About 3-4 overs just after lunch. Definitely what the title would have been talking about during the lunch break. That gentlemen, let's get in there, hit the right lines, and let's be consistent and apply that pressure. And like the bowlers as well, they came in fresh and they had to hit the lines and lengths as much as the batsman has to refocus. And Fantonda was caught wanting there, kind of poking at that delivery. Maybe a delivery could have left, but you know, it's easier said than done at times.
Yeah, good bowling by Matthew Boast. As we see coming to the crease now is the Dragons captain, Vian Lubbe, who's averaging 35 this season, 3 half centuries. But he'll be wanting to end the season with some really big contributions for his team. As captain, I think he'll be taking it pretty personally if they get relegated. So he'll be very determined to lead them to safety at the end of the season.
He'll definitely feel a lot of responsibility on his shoulders coming into this innings to definitely back up Kleinveld. A lot of the guys that have come in after they've been set. If you look in Gwepe, he was set when he was dismissed, as well as Fantonda as well was quite set. But disappointing to see him walk out. Though we'll see Vian Lubbe coming in now. He'll want to take his time here. He'll want to respect the bowling of Matthew Boast. Oh, what a good start from Matthew Boast. Immediately asking questions. And that's so important when the batsman is just coming in. Make him play, make him think about something.
And we're back to 2 left-handers at the crease now with Lubbe joining Kleinveld.
Let's have a look at that delivery once again. Quite tight on that outside edge. Oh, beautiful delivery from Matthew Boast. Back of a length delivery. Do you want to follow that up? Ask more questions of Vian Lubbe. He is definitely unsure at the moment. Oh, nice confident cover drive there, or push rather, by Vian Lubbe for 4. That'll definitely be a confidence booster.
Yeah, Vian Lubbe just eased that one away through the covers. Not much flourish, just a nicely controlled push, as you see there. Good hands too through the ball, and a lovely way to get off the mark.
Definitely just pure timing on that delivery. Not a complete drive, it's just a half drive, half push. bit too short there by Matthew Bose. Pulled wonderfully there by Vian Libber. Oh, what timing. What a shot.
Well, Bost overpitched the previous one, and then it's like in golf when you leave your first putt short. The next one you hit too hard, and that one was too short from Matthew Bost. Short arm pull, the pull drive from Vian Libber, and very convincingly put away for back-to-back boundaries.
The start for Vian Libber after that first wayward shot where he pushed at it. 2 confident strokes, 1 push, 1 pull. Good follow-up delivery there by Matthew Bose after those 2 boundary balls he had given away. That brings the end of the over.
129 for 2. So the Dragons will just be mindful of needing to rebuild a bit again. Kleinveld very much the glue so far in this innings. 58 not out. But both Ngwepe and Fantonda guilty of getting set, looking good, and then giving their wickets away. Both falling to Matthew Bost, who's challenged them outside off stump. He's certainly been on the mark with his lines.
As we look at this innings unfold, Ken, what's your thoughts on, we saw last week that the 225 was not enough in the first innings, though the Dragons have started really well here. And you'd like to think that they must be looking at a target about, looking at the start, they've had a 129 for 2. They'll be looking at a target about, what, 280, 300? Although that might not necessarily be a safe score, though what do you think the right target might be on, judging from how the pitch is played?
I think given a good start, 105 for 1 at lunch, I think 400 really is what, having won the toss and batted first as well, that also shows that you believe it's a good batting pitch. You need to take advantage of that. Someone needs to get in and get 100 for Northwest, lead them to 400. That I think would be a very competitive score. It's a pitch that is a lot more challenging for the bowlers compared to last week's game.
Brett with the nice backward length delivery, a bit wide, a bit of a tempter. Though yes, it has been a bit of a quieter pitch in terms of it's more consistent bat. When I say quieter, not much movement we've seen. Maybe that odd delivery you're seeing, maybe nip away or nip back in. Though it's been quite flat, if I could put it. Though I think it's quite rewarding once you hit your lines and then consistently. 400 will be a tough task to bat at, or require maybe a Kleinveld to convert this 50 that is on right now. Oh, nice shot there. Just for a single though from Kleinveld.
Well, generally, if someone does get 100, and other guys pitching around him, you're going to get to 400. So that's the key, as you say, is someone has to convert. It's pretty good batting conditions, I'd say. It's a good deck. Just based on the morning's play, we've seen a very good pitch, I think. I think, as you alluded to, there's something in it for the bowlers. If they're good with their disciplines and they bowl the right lines and lengths, they can get a bit of bounce. There's a bit of movement. But generally pretty good for batting.
Nice push there, forward drive by Vian Libber. I think they'll definitely, as much as you say 400 is the target, it won't be an easy task. They'll have to really apply themselves here during this innings. They'll really have to be stuck in. And then also what's important with spending a lot of time here, with the pitch being a little bit on the drier side, it will allow for spin later on. So spending time will be important for the Dragons. At least you'll give them two options. The options of the quicker pitch later on in the game, which is probably tomorrow from maybe second session from tomorrow if there's good sunlight. And then also might be allowing for the spin as well as the pitch dries up over the duration of the day.
The important thing if you win the toss, select to bat first, is you want to lay down a marker. You want to take control of the game with the bat, and 400 does allow you to do that. Puts the pressure on the team batting second.
Definitely setting a good target and spending time on the pitch. It puts a lot of pressure on the bowling side, coming into batting as well. It will make them put that doubt in their minds. The longer they stay there, the more fatigue they get. Though we see Matthew Bose coming in again for another over. He'll want to back up that over that he had, where he picked up a beautiful wicket of Fantonda in the previous over. He'll want to bowl again. Those consistent lines he's been bowling all morning, outside of the earlier overs that he did bowl, but he's come back really nicely on the second part of his spells. A short one there, going leg side by Matthew Boast.
He's generating good carry though, as Matthew Boast. We saw that go nicely through to wicketkeeper Moonsamy.
He generally is a bowler that generally hits the deck quite hard.
as we continue play. We've got Brett coming in. Nice back of the length delivery to start off his over.
Matthew Kleinfeld has passed his concussion test, as you'll see there. It didn't seem to be much of a blow to the helmet, to be honest.
His ding-dong test.
I was thinking of that as well, and I thought I wouldn't say it. You've gone and done it. Jolly good.
Beat you to it. To be interesting to see though that next over how he goes about playing that, because it's a clear plan for Matthew Bose to go short to him. Worked first over, struck him on the helmet. Luckily enough, he went for 4 byes off the head. So to make him think about something.
And Most is not the only bowler who's had that field to Matthew Kleinfeld. Well, if he's showed great discipline, Matthew Kleinfeld, in not fending at short balls on the leg side. Nothing remotely resembling a chance has gone to those fielders so far.
As you say that, Brett did try that ploy. He had a deep short leg initially in the second session, but he was bowling at about the badge area, the chest area, which was nice shot there by Vian Libber. He's just dealing in boundaries this afternoon. Really is playing well. You want to stay focused though. You want to keep on scoring runs and staying focused on the way he's been playing. Going back to that, Brett did try that short ball ploy to Kleinfeld, but a lot of them were really not effective, I can say, to be fair. They went for a boundary quite a few times. But Matthew Bose, with that heavy ball, a bit more challenging maybe.
Agreed. Vian Libber, lest we forget, has played white ball cricket for South Africa. One of the better stroke players in the country, and we've seen that so far in this innings. 12 runs, all off boundaries. Just every time he's got something remotely loose, he's put it away to the fence.
Brett once again bowling that boundary ball. After such a good over he had, you would have thought maybe he's found his line and length and he'll stick to that. Gave away again. Another boundary. Bit disappointing. Bit leg side-ish there by Brett. Which that goes for 4. It's the pad, so 4 leg byes. They're off Vian Libber's legs. Brett again, giving away another boundary, straying a bit leg side. Another disappointing delivery. You can't say that's unfortunate, though it come off the pad. It was due to a bit of a loose delivery once again. I don't think he'll be happy today.
Yeah, he just hasn't got his normal consistency. Vian Libber missing out on 4 runs to his own tally and 4 onto the bowler's analysis, but 4 leg byes to the Dragons, and still hurts the Titans.
See, Brett comes in for his last ball there over.
I do see Andile Peklakwaya just swinging his arms a bit. That slip in that over. I fancy he might well come on fairly soon at the head observer end. Good bowler to have. He's got the ability just to keep things tight. And if he can close up one end, then Captain Neil Brunt can rotate the strike bowlers, Boast, Dala, from the West Lane end.
As we can see him there off screen, you might not see him now, but he's continuously been stretching as he walked towards the boundary at deep point. He'll definitely give you the consistency you need, and maybe on the opposite end where Brett is bowling at, there'll be maybe some time to change and dry up those runs again to apply the pressure to support Matthew Bose. that once again we'll see now he has a short leg. Once again, bowling probably going to bowl short once again. Another short ball by Matthew Boast. This is a clear tactic for Kleinveld. Maybe they've identified that it might be a weakness in his armour, might be a weakness in his batting, or might be something that might lead him to a mistake. Because he's really looked very sure this afternoon, from morning to afternoon. He's been a threat in bat in hand, so he'll be an important wicket to get. Push to D point by Kleinveld for a single.
Very nicely played by Kleinveld. Very controlled stroke. And suggests that this pitch is pretty easy paced at the moment. He had lots of time to play that.
Your thoughts on this short ball ploy on Kleinveld? Do you think it's something that will work?
So far he ain't biting. I mean, he hasn't played at any of them. You know, nothing has really come close to going to those two fielders. Both switching to around the wicket to Lubba. And it'll be interesting to see how long the Titans persist with the tactic before moving on to some other plan. It might be a bit of a two-card check where they want Kleinveld to think that's their plan, that's what they're focusing on, and then they'll throw in something else like a wide half volley, for instance, where maybe concentration just lapses and he goes for it. You never know.
And we did see Kleinveld early on his innings pushing at the wider deliveries, so maybe that just might be the plan. A nice delivery there by Matthew Bose. Just about the back of a length delivery, around about that first stump. Not an easy, cramps up Vian Mulder, so not Vian Mulder, sorry, Vian Lubba. Because you've seen him anything wideish, fullish, he's gone for. So that delivery might be the delivery that will keep him a little bit more quiet, apply the pressure on him, maybe induce that full stroke.
And you just saw at the top of your picture Andile Pechlekwaya at first slip doing some vigorous exercises.
He's due to come on next over, I'm sure. Another beautiful shot by Vian Lubba. He's proven that again with another beautiful boundary where he just guides that elegant shot, I must say. Third man for 4. Just past Dwayne Brevis.
Bit too short from Bose there. Lubba, lots of time to get on the back foot and steer it away.
Vian Lubba's punished pretty much everything that's been loose, wide, in particular as I've mentioned. But if they can stick to that tighter line, it might be important for them to keep him quiet, as I said.
Afternoon, Ken.
Welcome back to Mbale Shlope Mokaka, and yeah, it's been an intriguing first 45 minutes of the second session. Flew by 147 for 2, the Dragons.
Yeah, an addition of about 40 runs there in the last 45 minutes.
Titans getting the breakthrough wicket, the important wicket of Fantonda, but Lubba's made a fast start to his innings. Run a ball 16, 4 fours, and Matthew Kleinveld still going strong. And as expected, it's going to be Andile Pechlekwaya to bowl from the Head-Ops River end. Mbali, Andile on this pitch, we know he's got a wide range of skills. What do you think he's going to be aiming to do?
Well, obviously, he's somebody that breaks partnerships. Very good at that. We've seen him at international level and he brings in experience here. An experienced campaigner who's played 57 games, 57 matches, so he'll want to hit the ground running.
Starts nicely, tighten on that off stump.
A very good bowler he is in all formats of the game, enjoys his cricket.
I do think his move up to the Titans has rejuvenated him a bit. It's no criticism of the Dolphins, but he was there for a long time, and often the change of scenery just helps someone. Lashed away through the covers for 4 by Matthew Kleinfeld. No, not for 4. The fielder at third man got across. It wasn't quite as well timed as I thought it was initially.
Merrick Brett, saving a couple of runs for the team. You're definitely correct about Andile Phehlukwayo. His move up here seems to have rejuvenated him. Sometimes you need to get away from your comfort zone. That is, he was home for the longest time, and here he finds himself in the high felt.
Phehlukwayo has contributed well with both bat and ball for the Titans. With the ball, more so with the ball in the white ball formats, but with the bat he's made a couple of half centuries in this 4-day series. Average is 39, which is very good for your all-rounder.
Yeah, he's definitely one person that can hit the ball a very, very long way if given a chance.
Nicely driven. Junior Dala had quite a lot of work to do there. Quite wide at mid-on, but he managed to cut it off by hook or by crook.
Shows a bit of athleticism, Junior Dala, already in his 30s, but throws himself like a 21-year-old on the ground.
He is incredibly athletic and arguably the best outfielder in the country, certainly one of the best. It's a very good over. It's not quite finished. It's a very good over so far by Andile Phehlukwayo.
Yep, just having a feel of what the ball can do and what the pitch is doing. After lunch, didn't get to bowl in the first session of the match.
Finishes well, just 2 runs in his first over, and I think that's what Captain Neil Brunt will want from him, just to hold things up from his end and allow him to rotate the strike bowlers from the Westland end.
And also probably the thinking is try and make sure runs are hard to come by for the batsmen. Probably they'll start panicking, play a couple of silly shots. But I haven't seen anything wrong with Kleinfeld's batting this morning. He's played a brilliant inning so far. Hopefully no commentators curse.
Yeah, Kleinfeld has been very patient. Just to confirm what you said, I mean we saw Renault van Vonneck get out. Just a couple of deliveries were bowled just outside the off stump. And then the third one he couldn't resist. Just sparring at Matthew Bose, the wicket taker, will continue to Vian Lubbe. Cuts away over the gully region and away for 4. Vian Lubbe 20 with 5 fours.
Vian, known for throwing the bat around, that takes the score to 153. That's the 150 up with just 2 wickets being lost so far in the day. This is of course a 39th over. Anything that is wide for Vian, he's going to throw the bat. Is a big hit off the ball.
Leg side-ish from Bose. Just trying glanced that one away, but edged it onto his pad.
And also this partnership starting to be an irritation in the Titans team so far with 32 runs.
New batsman comes in, you want to try and make them work to get a start, not give them easy runs, but Libba has raced to 20 at better than a run a ball.
Doesn't just hit the ball, also plays a couple of forward defensive shots.
Kian Libba has a 4-day average of just 25. 400s in 37 matches. I would say he's a much better batsman than an average of 25, personally.
Yep. Sometimes stats don't really show a true reflection of a player's capabilities or abilities, but a good form and the right nick can get you up there.
This time he does make good contact down the leg side. Work to do by the fine leg fielder. That's what like Potchefstroom.
Coco Tlhabane definitely at fine leg, just taking it on one bounce and hauling it in.
First runs for Libba that aren't a boundary. He goes to 22, 5 fours, and that Bracey's just scored.
Just been scoring off boundaries this morning until the very last shot. I think
most ends the over well, 155 for 2.
So far, good going by the Dragons. They should be happy with where they are currently in the day. Flurry of runs, wickets in hand, but they just want to keep going.
Well, they're going at 4 to the over at the moment, 155 in 39 overs, and 59 overs left in the day. But if they continue batting this well and at this kind of pace, then they're going to have possibly 350 by the end of the day's play, which will be well on their way to that 400 and will certainly justify batting first. Chiven on the bounce to cover point. Braden Hicks, the debutant there. He's fielded well today in Bali. Braden Hicks looks a live wire.
He's had a very good game in the field today. Will be interesting to see what he can do when his 10 comes to bat. But so far, great things for him. Live wire, thrown himself around the field, saved a couple of runs.
What do you think would be a first innings total that the Dragons would be satisfied with having won the toss and batted first?
Well, it's quite important that one establishes a very good lead, especially having chosen to bat first. You spoke about 350. That's a very, very good score, especially to get here in the very first innings.
Full and wide and lashed away by Kleinfeld, but there's the protection in place, just a single.
You spoke about 350, Ken. Is that me and you agreeing that a 350 score would be good enough for the first innings?
Well, I think if they bat very well today, with the time that's left in the start they've had, they could have 350 on the board by stumps, and even if if they're 5 wickets down, they'll back themselves to get to 400 on the second day, and then that's a very good first innings score. Look, this is a good batting deck, certainly a lot easier to bat on than last week's wicket. Hooked away by Lubba, through square leg, and that's going to be another boundary.
Anything short to Lubba will definitely go to the boundary. It rocks on the back foot and pulls one short one. Lubba definitely capitalizing on any short ball. He'll definitely put it to the boundary. Looks like a man in form. We spoke about his average of 25, that it does not show his true playing ability or capability as a batsman.
That one's a little bit loose outside off stump. Back the choir just angling it across him, and he went for it with the drive.
Threw everything at it. As we see him walking down just to garden, do a bit of gardening. Does it always work?
Yeah, whenever you play a loose shot and get beaten outside off stump, it's the pitcher's fault. Something on the pitch can tramp it down. Lubba's coming off a 59 last week, so he will be feeling in decent touch. He would want something bigger than 59. Well, in order to get to 350, one of these Dragons top order batters needs to go on to 100. Again, the powerful pull shot, this time in front of square by Lubba. 2 bounces and over the boundary for 4.
Lubba definitely showing signs and smiling. Players exchanging words there.
Petroquai can't bowl that short at his pace, unfortunately.
Probably saying to him, drop one shot, you'll fetch it behind the cow train.
That would be a big hit. Yeah, I haven't. Occasionally we do get balls clearing the chalets that you see there on your screen, and it does kind of roll. It could kind of roll down the hill there under the cow train tracks, I guess.
Well, we've seen the ball go over, like you said, in the past.
Lesejo Kokotabana bowled nicely in his first 5 overs on 4-day debut. 5 overs for 15 runs.
Now,
change of ends for him. Sorry, Mbani.
Change of hands for him. Will be interesting to see what he can conjure up this end and try and do. He needs to break the partnership. Andy Lepeshogwayo or him, they need to break this partnership, which has now moved to 43 runs in a short space of time.
Very quickly, and it's Lubba who's leading the way with 30 off 25 deliveries. Kleinfeldt on strike now, though. Kokotabana has protection on the boundary at a deep backward point and a fine leg. A slip and a gully really in place for him.
Obviously, he's going to be bowling a line outside off, and if any of the batsmen both left-handed flash, definitely there's a chance for the man at third man.
Short extra cover in place as well. Lovely line by the bowler there.
Great delivery, just pitching outside the leg stump and moving off, going past the 5th or 4th stump, making the batsman to just leave the ball. Doesn't want to get into trouble or find yourself in 2 minds whether or not to play or to play. Creates an area of uncertainty.
Kleinfeldt drives beautifully, gets it between that short extra cover and the mid-off, and that's a lovely boundary for the opening batsman.
Dragons starting to accelerate. They're not taking their foot off the pedal, especially these two batsmen. Kleinfeld comfortably in. Lube has been in for a short time, but very comfortable, almost, scoring at more than run a ball.
And the overall run rate is up to 4.2 there now, you can see on the screen.
But also what was nice about the previous shot was the gap that he found in between the two players. It's if a batsman can find the gap with a packed outside field, it can only be class.
Yeah, with short extra cover there, cutting the angle between him and Solander Pretorius, short extra cover, Neil Brunt at mid-off to get it through. You've got to really thread the needle there. Full toss from Coco Shabana and a little bit off the edge, but nevertheless 4 more for Kleinfeld.
Yeah, making use of that full toss, putting it away. Full complement of the boundary, which is 4 runs. Just Coco Shabane, just letting it loose there. I guess welcome to the big league.
And it's the 50 partnership between these two batsmen. And Marley, you were saying how quickly the partnership has grown. Well, it's 51 balls for 50 runs. So run a ball between these two. It's troubling signs for the Titans. Better by Coco Shabana.
Yeah, in that 50, plenty of boundaries. That's why it came about so quickly. But it's been a very fluent, very entertaining partnership between the two players. Lube coming in, Kleinfeld continuing from where he started off this morning. Surely he's now well set in and his mind is on the big 3 figures.
And speaking of 3 figures, Tony DeZorzi has just gone to his 100 at Newlands for Western Province against Newland, to 167 for 1. So a great start for Western Province in that game.
Tony DeZorzi also played a great knock the previous weekend against the Titans here.
Good to see him in such good form towards the end of the season, and certainly showed his class on a difficult pitch for batting last week.
Obviously raising his hand ahead of the World Test Championship, which is coming later in June this year. He wants to be there. So good runs, good time to find form and just build on the momentum.
It's going to be an interesting battle between DeZorzi and Ryan Rickleton for the opening batsman slot, World Test Championship lineup. I guess one of them could bat number 3, but then you've also got Justin Stubbs, Aidan Markram, Timber Bavuma is obviously the captain. Pulled away, that short on pull again by Libba, but the fielding is done and it'll just be a single.
Yeah, he's very quick to rock on his back foot and pull away or pull it. So protection for him. I've seen that he's managed to score a couple of runs off that pull shot. Of got the young man who's making his debut out there on the boundary, on the deep square boundary. Potchefstroom every now and then drops it short.
Score from the Wanderers, where in that top of the log clash the Dolphins have been sent into bat by the Lions, 44 for 2. Nicely worked away by Kleinfeld, just a single to post.
I guess the Lions making use of the weather conditions and also the outfield. Surely it was a bit moist this morning as they had to cover it up last night. Kept the covers a bit longer than usual.
Yep, play delayed by an hour and a half there due to a wet outfield, so bound to be quite heavy, not so much value for shots as here, certainly. Got into the over by Andile Peklakwaya, and it's 174 for 2. 42 overs gone, and the players are now going to have a drinks break. So just to recap what has happened today. The Northwest Dragons winning the toss and electing to bat first, Matthew Kleinfeld, and receiving Ngulpe put on 43 for the first wicket. A good solid start with Ngulpe then falling to Matthew Boast for 27. Kleinfeld and Renault from Tonda took the Dragons to 105 for 1 at lunch, and then just 3 overs after the break. Renault from Tonda was caught behind with Matthew Boast for 33, and since then it's been Kleinfeld and Lubba who are going on really nicely. They've added 53 in just short of 10 overs, and you'll see there Kleinfeld 72 not out and Vian Lubba 31 not out. Bali, the bowling figures, who has impressed you there?
Well, Matthew Boast, obviously the pick of the bowlers, having taken the 2 wickets that have fallen this morning, going for 46 in his 13 overs. Junior Dala still also having bowled very well, 9 overs for his 18 runs. This is Lesego Koko Shabane, who is making his debut, going for 23 in his 6 overs. And obviously Andile Peklakwaya having bowled the last 3 overs, or 3 overs, going for the 13 runs.
Do join us. We'll be back live in a couple of minutes. Welcome back to SuperSport Park. The mid-afternoon drinks break is a thing of the past, and the Secha Coco Chabana will get us back underway from the West Lane in, bowling to Matthew Kleinfeld on 72, Vian Lubber on 31, and the Dragons going very well on 174 for 2.
A much needed drinks break, that is, hopefully.
Captain Neil Brunt will be happy if Coco Chabana bowls that line his whole spell. That'll keep Kleinfeld quiet, or he'll have to take a gamble or two to score off that.
Yep, there's a lot that's probably happening in the captain's mind, but the most important thing is wants to break the partnership between the two, which is becoming very dangerous.
Pulled away by Kleinfeld through square leg, and that's going to be another boundary for him. He goes up to 76, and the total 178 for 2.
Coco Chabana not quick enough to be bowling such deliveries at a batsman that's in form, that's been in for a while.
It looks a very easy-paced SuperSport Park wicket today, and yes, Mbali at that thing, Kleinfeld just had plenty of time to rock back and pull it away for 4, and you've seen Vian Lubber unleash some pull shots as well. It's going to be a testing afternoon for the bowlers. Their disciplines are going to be key. Switching to around the wicket now, Coco Chabana. Bit of shape through the air there for the bowler.
Definitely seeing a bit of shape there. Don't know whether it's a bit of reverse swing, especially the ball now being 43 overs old. And one thing that I've seen, that if you bowl it short, it doesn't rise up quickly, so a batsman has enough time to rock back and decide where to hit you.
Pulled away again, this time from outside off stump, and probably the most emphatic pull shot of them all that Kleinfeld has played away for 4 more.
You can see the frustration in Coco Chabana's face, welcoming him to senior cricket in the 4-day competition. It is, of course, the CSA Division 1 game between the Titans and the Dragons.
Just fractionally short by Coco Chabana, and that's it at this level. You're not going to be able to get away with that, and certainly not on this pitch. That's better.
Very good response there. I think that's the correct line to bowl. But don't make it too obvious, because once they figure you out, you're probably going to land here in one of the stands.
Simply getting a bit of late movement across the left-hander, heading towards the slips. Well covered though by Kleinfeld to end the over. 43 overs gone, 182 for 2.
There's definitely still something in the pitch for the bowlers. It's not only flattening out there, but if you put the ball in the right areas, you are bound to create movement or get movement off the pitch. So make use of the ball. It's not that old. It is old, but not that old. It's become much softer as the day has progressed.
Nicely bowled by Petrapaya across left-handed Lubber. He had to play at that.
Very good delivery there from Petrugwayo, just showing his experience, just bowling it just outside the leg stump and cutting across into off stump, forcing the batsman to play and miss.
Those are the sort of good tight lines just outside that off stump that Petrapaya needs to be bowling.
Very good line so far, the last two deliveries.
Full wide ball, Lubber's not interested in that. Single into the covers, very well judged by Lubber and Kleinfeld.
Very well judged single, no risk at all. Obviously, the Titans players a bit on the back foot, so not anticipating such as they've seen these last two batsmen just scoring off boundaries and just they changing strategy and stealing a single.
Punched off the back foot by Kleinfeld, does a single to him.
Kleinfeld has really played well for his 80 so far. Has an array of shots in his armory.
Vian Lubber showing immaculate defensive technique there, not just a boundary hitter. Ends the over, 184 for 2.
We spoke about his playing ability, just showing that he can be a long format player, not just somebody who sees the ball and hits the ball.
Well, we were wondering about this, how long it would take for Neil Brunt to bring himself back on. With a spin from the West Lane end. But it seems like a good call at the moment with this partnership with 63 now.
Yeah, Neil Brunt coming in, just bowled one over just before lunch, which went for 5 runs. Is hoping a change of pace, hoping to create opportunities for the team. Let's see if the batsmen do cope well with spin. Maybe they're good with the quicker bowlers, but now the new challenge is spin bowling. He's opened the field. He's got 2 players on the leg side. Long on and deep square that are meant to protect the boundary, but still a big gap.
A little bit leg side-ish to start for Neil Brunt. He's changed ends to the West Land end because they're 2 left-handers on strike. The ball mostly be turning into them, and so they'll be hitting to the long leg side boundary from bowling from the West Lane end. Quite a bit longer than the boundary on the offside.
It is one big boundary. And just going through his over quickly. Partnership has quickly moved to 64.
Shorter from Brunt, and Libber creates space for himself and puts it away to the 3rd man boundary.
Partnership growing quite fast, moved to 68 now between the 2 batsmen. To think that it hasn't been long that they came to the crease together, or they came together in the crease. Dragons should be very happy at how rapid the runs have come in the last few overs.
Again, too short from Neil Brunt, and Villanova sends him packing for 4 more. So they've added 72 now, and it's come up in an hour basically, and so they are really rollicking along, the Northwest Dragons. 193 for 2 now after 45 overs.
Enjoying this partnership from where I'm sitting. It must be an irritation for the Titans fans. But so far, it's the masterclass batting class between the 2 lefties. They're in a world of their own right now. Something needs to be done. Andile Pehlugwayo needs to produce the goods in this over, or try and produce the goods in this over. The lefties are dominating, and so far they've come out on top. You can't fault them anyway.
And Kleinfeld will collect at least 2 more, maybe 4. It's been from the fielder, Merrick Brett, running around from the very square 3rd man. So the run's really a little flurry of boundaries here for the Dragons, takes them to 197 for 2.
You can actually hear by the cheers from the dressing room that they are happy at the way proceedings are going here currently. You'd swear there's a lot of people here at the ground. It is so loud from where we're sitting.
Require changing to around the wicket. Trying to stem the bleeding now, the Titans.
Yeah. I see a bit of movement there. And from where we're sitting, seems to be a dark patch there in the pitch. About probably the 7th, 8th stump.
probably a bit too full to be much cause for concern. Clouds are making a bit of a comeback above us here at SuperSport Park. Just two tiny patches of blue sky visible between the clouds. And Kleinfeld punching nicely off the back foot.
Well, just check the weather report. Says there's about 40% chance of rain here in the Highveld. Sometimes we are fortunate it misses the ground, but at the Wanderers you may find that it's raining. Sometimes the other way around. Sometimes it's just 5 kilometers away from where we are.
Yep, we've had lots of rain in the last month or so, but it's kind of isolated showers, as you say, not the same all over the area. Well picked the choir, but Libba still manages to get the single off it. Well played, and again, good running between the wicket by these two.
Takes the score to 199. So far so good. Good going for the team.
Dragons putting themselves into a very strong position here. Winning the toss and batting first, exactly what Captain Vian Lubba would have wanted. And now Kleinfeld is driving expansively. And a little bit off the outside edge, and the great busy man. That's the fielding, and 200 up for Northwest.
Yeah, 200 up in 276 balls, 31 fours. 1-6 in 218 minutes. It's been a great innings so far for the Dragons, having won the toss and electing to bat first. At first I thought it's not such a great decision, having looked at the weather conditions, but obviously there are various factors that one takes into consideration when making the decision whether to bowl or bat. So far, great decision by the skipper there.
And it's the skipper who's driven the scoring lately, the last 50 runs, coming off just 47 deliveries. As you see Neil Brunt remarking his run-up, looks like he's going to be bowling over the wicket now. Left-arm spinner to the left-hand batters. Well flighted up, bit too flighted, and Kleinfeld has spanked it away through the covers for 4. He's really blossoming now in the last half hour or so.
Moving on to 92. Very nervy 90s. It will be interesting to see what his approach is. Some players just want to get on about it and get to 100 as quickly as they can.
Maybe try to go with a little bit
wide of the stump, and Kleinfeld has slashed it away down to deep backward point for 1.
Or if you're watching it through this one, normally what I do.
So a different field altogether. 3 on the boundary, saving 4 on the leg side for Vian Lubba.
Paul Hartley just the single to Cow Corner.
Keegan Peterson.
Maybe if you are struggling, you can just take.
No, Braden Hicks looks like it. He's all over the show.
Yeah. Then, if
not dissimilar to Peterson in stature. Beats him outside the off stump there.
Maybe try that one.
To give Neil Brunt a little bit of encouragement.
Yeah.
He's got the slip in place. Neil Brunt has ended the over well with 2 dot balls. It's 206 for 2. And Kamva Inyakani will be joining Mbali Shope Mokoko.
Welcome, Kamva. It's been an interesting 45 minutes with Ken. Seen plenty of runs, with the Dragons eventually reaching a 200 in the last 10 minutes or so. Great batting that has been displayed after lunch. Only 1 wicket falling, and this partnership being troublesome or bothersome for the Titans now with 85 runs.
Indeed, Mali. Thank you for welcome back. It's been a really interesting session. Looking at the score, as you said, 206 for 2 after 47 overs. The run rate has picked up.
Lube walking down the track just to disturb Andile Potchefstroom, bowling it very wide. That ball will have to be re-bowled again. So far we've had 12.
That we've seen today, with especially in particular this session, how it's gone about. We've seen
no need for a second invitation there. If you're in Liber, rocking back and cutting it for 4.
Yes, indeed. Beautiful shot by Van Liber. As you can see, they really moving along very well in this session. Picked up the run rate in the last couple. They started initially a bit slow in the first 2 overs. I think they were really seeing it out in the first couple of overs of the session. And then as the session has gone along, they've really been aggressive. They've set their mark on this game. And they're taking this game away from the Titans, I see. We're looking at Van Liber, 46 of 39 balls at a rapid rate, as well as Kleinveld, quite aggressive as well.
More of that. Back-to-back boundaries takes Van Liber to his 50 of 40 balls, scoring at more than a run a ball. Take that, as you can hear the cheers from the crowd. Not really the crowd, but from the dressing room of the Dragons. So far, scoring 50 of 40 balls, 11 fours in just 76 minutes that he's been to the crease.
He's been dealing in boundaries whole afternoon, Van Liber. Since he's come in, the rate has gone up to about 4.4. He's really looking good. Van Liber off to 50 of 40 balls. And we've got Kleinveld as well of 93 at the moment. Also inching closer to that 100, the landmark that he'll be looking forward to. When he sees those boundaries, I'm sure he'll be wanting them to be coming onto his side as well when he comes on to strike.
Obviously, with the 11 fours scored by Liber, contributing 44 runs in the 50, so he's just had about 6 singles.
This just shows the level of aggression he's had in this session. As you can see now, as we have this short little break here, I'm not too sure what's happening. Might be a request and change in ball, or team plans for the Titans. They had a little bit of huddle there. Keeper, Potchefstroom, Neil Brandon, Dala, Junior Dala having a bit of a say in what should happen.
Obviously, the senior players gathering around saying, guys, we need to bring it together. We are definitely losing control of this game. We cannot let the game slip away from us. We need to make sure that we get it together and we're able to compete
Bali, look, I'm honestly not too sure what the field setting with Vian Lebo quite strong on his point area and it's quite vacant.
Vian Leber scoring all around the ground. Interesting, you mentioned the field placing. Seems like he finds the gaps everywhere that they try to, put the fielder. He pierces the ground or pierces the field. He manages to find the gaps. Only a batsman in form can do that. Playing a very patient game also, letting some of the balls go.
Indeed, he's left really well. As much as he's been very aggressive, gone at a rapid rate, he's punished the loose ball. To be fair, the Titans have given him a few balls to play with, and he's continuously applied the pressure, and he's punished them for those loose balls. I say again, we've got a deep cover, shortish cover as well, just right next to, right in line with each other, which leaves that point area quite open.
That'll be one more added to the scoreboard. Just one more delivery left in this over. It was interesting to see that huddle within the over, wondering what was happening or what was being said. Wish I could have been a fly, not in the wall, amongst the four.
See you playing with your words there. Look, I also wonder what would have been the plans going into the rest of the over. Seems like they're bowling a bit wider to the left-handers.
If your client felt missing out there, screams of frustration. There's no need for him to panic. He's on 93. With that being said, it is the end of the over. Neil Brandt will definitely continue from this end.
We all know those nervous 90s can play a few mind games in your head. But it's important that he just backs his ability, trusts what he's been doing all innings, stay confident in his stroke play. But we all know in this nervous 90s, usually some of those mistakes come into play. Maybe a rush of blood trying to get to the magic landmark. I'm sure he'll be really proud. He hasn't converted much this season, so he'd want to convert that into a big one.
Liver adds one more to his tally. Takes it to 217. Goes to 52 himself. That's a good shot. That's a proper cricket shot. Right on the offside, driving Neil Brandt for 4. Edging closer, and that takes it, brings the 100 partnership between the two. Just off 97 balls, 18 fours in 81 minutes. Lobe scoring 52 of those runs. Oh no, just dropping shot.
I honestly thought that carried.
I thought that carried for a moment.
From here, it looked like it carried. The nervous 90s again, because that was very unsure shot after that beautiful cover drive that we can see on the screen. I think we want to see that again, that outside edge. Might have just dropped short of, I think it's Andile there, Petlukwayo.
Definitely dropping shot.
I would love to see that replay once again.
You can see the nerves now just coming up. 97. He's definitely given him. Unfortunate for Kleinfeld, missing out on his 100, being caught on the leg side, going for 97. With that being said, it is the end of that partnership between the two batsmen. Unfortunate having batted 230 minutes, having faced 150 balls, and scoring 15 fours and 1 6 in his 97 runs. Surely the Titans are happy to see the back of him as he walks back to the change room. Very, very unfortunate. You spoke about the Navy 90s.
That must be so disappointing for Kleinveld. Played so well. Just my question is such selection at this point in his innings. Just goes to show as well that there is a bit of turn for Neil Brand. He'll be excited by that wicket. He'll probably keep himself a bit longer. But definitely innings to be proud of, and his teammates.
New batsman Mikhail Prince, having played 7 matches, 250s, 13 innings, has scored 266 runs with an average of 22.2. Very good batsman, you know, is coming in with the score being set, foundation being laid for him.
With that fall of the wicket of Kleinveld breaking this big partnership, I think this might just be a gap for Titans to kind of take. It's been tough going for them in terms of the wicket column. There are 3 wickets. They have picked up 3 wickets, but there has been constant partnerships in between these 3 wickets. So I believe it to be really important for them now to put pressure on Prince to make sure they can get his wicket, or even Vian Libber's wicket. Get maybe back-to-back wickets. We know here at SuperSport Park you can get back-to-back wickets. Usually when sometimes you get 1, you can get 2. So it will be an important time now for the Titans not to let go of this opportunity they have to apply the pressure on the Titans.
1 usually brings 2, 2 brings 3.
See how this goes.
With that being said, it is the end of the over. Captain Neil Brandt breaking that troublesome partnership which yielded 100 runs and finishing off with 1 that is wide outside the crease. New batsman not having to do anything to the ball.
As we have a look again at that wicket, bit of a, I don't want to say a lazy shot, but I think he wasn't decisive there with his sweep.
Yeah, unfortunately for him, having played very well this afternoon, having done very well in the morning session too, when it mattered the most, when he needed to get to the big 100, unfortunately, that is what happened.
Don't take nothing away from his beautiful innings. He really kept it together for the Dragons. He'll be proud of that innings. A bit unfortunate that he had to be dismissed on 97.
Andile Petrugayo continues with the new batsman on the crease. They'll be hoping they can put a bit of pressure while Vian Lube continues his run frenzy. So far scoring at more than a run a ball with his 53 runs off these 45 balls that he's had to face, taking the score to 222. That is double Nelson. If you're a superstitious person, you'll probably lift your feet up.
Indeed. Seeing as Petrugayo coming in now, it's an important time as Petrugayo comes in to apply pressure on Prince. Also not just applying pressure, but to keep him on strike. Not allow him to get easy singles to release the pressure. He's only faced 1 ball, so he'll still be trying to get his eye into this pitch. Hasn't done much, but he can still apply the pressure on this pitch.
Prince gets in line, and defends very well. Surely the platform has been set for him. It's much easier walking into the crease with the score on 200 plus compared to having to walk in with a score on 5 for the loss of 3.
No, definitely.
Leaves very well there.
No, definitely. It's a good platform that's been set for the middle order, which they've scored the bulk of the runs in the previous game. But it's important though not to be comfortable in that. As much as the ball is a lot softer now, less movement, the pitch is a bit flatter. It does require application. It does require focus. As much as the ball is not doing much, it's easy to give away your wicket during times like these where you think maybe the bowling has been so great. So it's important that Prince does apply himself and takes his time.
Good looking shot there for nothing for Prince. Playing one just down to mid on.
Though Vian Libber's wicket here and innings will be very important for both sides, I say. For Titans, it will be a guy probably that might take the game even further away from them. For the Dragons, one might be a guy that will keep the game closer to them and in control for longer.
They have a very long batting lineup. You still have the likes of Juan de Swart, who's played for the Poachers in the previous year. So it's not the end at all. They just need to keep the momentum going. Very difficult to actually bowl to.
I wish we could just see that delivery again. Throughout the day, we've seen very consistent bounce, and that's one of the first balls that I've seen that have squatted a bit low there.
Tends to happen as the session goes by or as the day goes by here at SuperSport Park. But the ball so far playing very nicely. With that being said, it is the end of the over, the 50th over, with a score on 222 for 3. Rory Kleinfeld, Matthew Kleinfeld losing his wicket 2 overs ago and falling short of 3 runs to 100. Currently we have Vian Lube in the crease with Prince Mikhail, who's yet to get off the mark. Captain Neil Brandt continues, hoping to break this partnership, although it's fairly new, or hoping to put pressure on the 2 batsmen. Will just be 1. This gives Brandt a chance to actually bowl at the new batsman, try break this partnership, try put him under pressure. I think the longer you are in the crease and not score, the more pressure you have. Not definitely getting off the mark with that beautiful delivery bowled, had to dig it out the block hole.
Really enjoying the flight here from Neil Brandt.
Finally gets off the mark with one that he just pushes to the offside. That is Prince Mikhail.
You can see the difference here with Neil Brandt's initial spell. He had bowled quite quickly and he pushed it through, and it's at times quite short. But this second spell he's coming at, he's flighting the ball a lot more and the ball a lot slower.
And he finds the gap. Vian Lube in sublime form. A beautiful shot, having rocked on the back. The ball was bowled very short and he saw it. Anything short, he'll definitely take it to the boundary.
He's been definitely ruthless today.
Follows up with a single. Junior Dala tidying up on the extra cover boundary.
Interested to see how Prince will play this, the ball turning away from him.
Bowled one much quicker than the usual deliveries. It is the end of the over, the 51st over. Score is now 229 for 3. Vian Lobe still continues where he has been, scoring at more than a run a ball, that is. Seems there'll be a change of bowling from the Henops River end. Junior Dala being brought back into the attack to try and break this partnership. So far it's yielded 8 runs. They want to get Prince out as quickly as they can before he can settle in. They want to make sure that they tack or put pressure on Vian Lube, who's managed to break the shackles every time and score off the boundaries or score boundaries on a regular basis.
Interesting bowling change that we have now with Junior Dala coming in.
Vian Lube just having a feel of outside off, just dropping the ball short, not going past a Brevis who's on point there.
Apart from Matthew's boasts bowling today, I honestly think Junior Dala has been the pick of the bowlers in terms of consistency and economical bowling, and he just really asked a lot of questions.
Flying off the bat there, as you can hear the oohs and ahs, they probably think they had a chance. Was not played convincingly, but falls short.
In saying that, if you look at the field that's been set for him, I'd like to see more slips for Junior Dala, honestly. I think, especially with the wicket that has just fallen, with the new batsman in, you don't want to really miss out on an opportunity here. You're already behind the 8th ball. It's 230 runs for 3 already. Run rate is quite high. And the new batsman has only faced about 9 balls, and you only have 1 slip in.
Five for field, 5 on the offside, 4 on the leg side for the new batsman. Definitely right. Not that attacking, but has brought in most of the players in case something flies off the bat with just 1 slip, who's probably standing between 2nd and 3rd slip. Very good effort there from Lesego Kokohlaba. Saved valuable 2 runs. Seems to be okay. He's a young man. Very good stop there.
As you look at that there, he looked quite weird and landing there, or as soon as he planted his foot on the pitch, he kind of got stuck in the ground there. Happy to see him, he's okay. No physios needed.
Just needs to wide. Rocks back and tries and pulls a Junior Dala for no runs. Talking about Lesego Kokohlaba, he'll have to wash his pants this evening.
He'll definitely have an extra pair. Nowadays, these players come with 3 or 4 of those. Not like the olden days where you maybe had 1 pair to play with for the whole game.
Great delivery there.
This is the contest I've been talking about, where you get Junior Dala bowling really consistent lines and only with 1 slip. And the new batsman, usually find batsmen, playing at it, pushing at it sometimes, due to them being unsure. So having that one slip still worries me a little bit, especially with Prince batting. I understand maybe with Vian Liber you want to slow down the runs a little bit, though with the new batsman you probably won't get that much boundary hitting, opportunities, especially if you bowl well.
Yeah, captain continues from this end, still hoping to break the partnership like it did previously.
It's an interesting change in angle from Neil Brandt. Picked up the wicket from over the wicket, now around the wicket. Maybe restricting.
Definitely a good shot for one. Junior Dala tidying up, running very hard after bowling a fiery over and still having to tidy up for the other bowler. No runs there.
The flight there by Neil Brandt.
Yes, yeah, I think that's SuperSport car. I'll be at Wonders on the weekend.
Very well bowled delivery.
Last 19 seasons.
Good bowling to the left-hander by Neil Brandt. He's bowled a great flight. Hasn't made it easy for the new batsman at all. In terms of the flight that he's bowled with, and also slower in the air.
Yeah, also just looking at the last few overs have quietened down, obviously because of there's a new batsman that has come in and trying to find his feet around, compared to Vian Liber, who's been around the block for a while, who's seen the ball, who sees the ball very well. And now Junior Dala coming back in, bowled his very first over and just went for the 3 runs, and he'll want to continue where he left off. Starts with one which goes past the hip. Junior Dala. Vian Liber also very patient. On 61 now. Somebody needs to get to 100. We're talking with Ken earlier what would be a good score, especially in the first innings, and we have both agreed that 350 would be great.
Yes, definitely 350 would be great. Though
Liber missing out there, rocking back and trying to hit it very hard. Needed to place it. Fortunately could not find a gap or could not pierce the field.
yes, 350 is definitely a good score, though with the start that they've had, they'll definitely want more than that. They'll definitely want to be looking at around about 400 mark, especially with the start that they've had.
Junior Dala cramping Vian Liber in the last few overs or last few deliveries. He hasn't been able to free his hands as he has consistently today.
Yes, this was definitely a welcome change for the Titans, especially after the fall of the wicket, tightening up the runs by Junior Dala, consistently bowling that back of the length delivery, asking questions. Interesting to see how Vian Liber will play with this.
Thought there was something there, but nothing. Another ball that goes to the leg side. being bowled by Junior Dala. The nice part about this format of the game, you can actually bowl on the leg side and not get penalized.
Definitely, though, shouldn't be a thing that allows the batters, bowlers to be bowling those type of deliveries. They can be pressure release deliveries, especially if the batsman gets a bit of bat onto it.
Dala so far not giving anything away this over, has been on the mark, on the spot.
Not surprised at all. This is Dala's blueprint. He bowls these consistent lines all day long. This is what you get from him. Seasoned campaigner, he knows the pitch really well. He's been here for a couple of seasons, so him bowling these line and length, coming into the last ball of the over.
Great shot for nothing. Played down the track. Captain Neil Brandt tidies up, just picks up the ball. Very tall man, that is Neil Brandt.
Interesting to see Prince again with Neil Brandt. Neil Brandt bowled really well with a lot of flighted deliveries with that height of his. Slower in the air, getting that ball right underneath his eye line, giving himself the chance to ask questions of Prince. Not just ask questions, but once you have those slower balls coming through turning, you can always surpass him nappy with the quicker slider.
Well, that one was quite quick. Bowled much quicker. Bowled flatter. Did not give play and a miss. How close was that? Looked very close to the edge.
You've seen, if you look at Prince at the moment, he's faced about 19 balls with 3 runs. Just shows the thirst for runs that he might have at the moment. I'd be interested to see maybe a short leg, just to put that pressure on him a bit more. Just make him think about something.
Ideally, it's nice to have fielders around the bat. But so far, we haven't seen inconsistent bounce. So that's why I think the thinking behind is that let him bowl to a field. We'll let that one go.
Prince doesn't look comfortable to me. He's left quite a few unsure. The Titans just pulled up the deep point now to apply a bit more pressure on him.
Solid forward defensive shot by Prince.
As much as you say that there hasn't been any inconsistent bounce, that short leg, as much as it might not have...
Lets that one go. It is the end of the over. 55th over. It was 233 for 3. You've got Rian Lube in the crease at 61, and Prince is on 3 after having faced 23 balls. We spoke about him looking very uncomfortable. Surely he's not settled, and obviously with plus minus 5 minutes left before the tea break, a lot is happening in their minds. As a captain, would you bring in a new bowler?
No, not at all. Dala has really bowled well. He's been consistent. I'm just thinking with that maiden over in the previous over, something's got to give here. Vian Mulder hasn't really been dried up for runs since he's come in. It's the first few overs has been dry for him, so it'll be interesting to see now what type of pressure that is. Another dot ball.
Dala continuing where he left off, gave nothing away the previous over, bowled a maiden. He probably wants to cramp him and not give anything away, when also Vian now displaying A very patient game. We spoke about his stats earlier, that his stats don't show his capability or ability as a batsman in this format of the game. Empire calls wide. That one was definitely outside the line.
He'll definitely want to prove you wrong on that. As much as he hasn't really converted much. He's got about 350s this season in this 4-day format. Hasn't converted any of those. He's quite set now at 61 runs or 59 balls. He's faced quite a few deliveries. He'll want to convert this. He'll want to be important to this chase, or rather setting of a target.
Well, you can't bowl there to him. He's definitely gonna get off or get a run. Just adds one to the scoreboard, 235. Very crucial, last 4 minutes left. It's important as a batsman not to lose your cool or lose your head. Probably have 2 overs to deal with before you can go take tea.
Definitely that tea break will be in the back of their minds, though they need to focus on every single ball that comes here. Dala will be asking questions, but you have to stay focused. You can't be keeping your mind on that tea break.
And he's bowled him. Beautiful delivery by Junior Dala. You spoke about how uncomfortable Prince Mikhail was. Bowled one just on the off stump, jagged back in, probably the 4th stump, jagged in and hit the top of off stump. And with that being said, it looks like the umpires have decided we'll have tea. I did say it's an important last few minutes. Mikhail Prince goes for 3. 26 minutes played by him, 24 balls. Looks like we'll definitely be taking tea. It was a beautiful delivery by Junior Dala, who spoke about 1 wicket, bringing the second one in a short space of time. He spoke about him not being comfortable.
Look, he was never convincing from ball 1. So with that said, we look at the scoreline now with earlier in the day, we had Matthew Kleinfeld coming in, and he batted really beautifully, fell quite early into the session for 97, or rather a couple of overs ago, my bad. And with Vian Leber still unbeaten at 62 of 60 balls. And you had Renault van Tonder early on in the day batting with Matthew Kleinfeld, had a beautiful partnership with him. And then as well as Lisibing Gwepi, who also that he played well as well. Early in the morning, had a beautiful partnership with Matthew Kleinfeld as well, where he batted who scored 27 runs off 57 balls. Over to you, Mali.
Well, looking at the bowling figures by the Titans, Matthew Post has been the peak of the bowlers, going for 46 runs for his 2 wickets in 13 overs. Junior Dala now taking the scalp of Prince Mikhail, who's gone for 3. Merrick Brett was the most expensive bowler, having gone for 58 of 10 overs with an economy of 5.8. Lesego Koko Tlabane going for 31 runs in his 7 overs. Neil Brandt bowling at 7 overs, going for 33 and picking a wicket. Andile Phehlukwayo was a bit on the expensive side in the last while, having bowled 7 overs, going for 33 runs. With that being said, it is tea. We'll come back after tea.
Welcome back to SuperSport Park, where we had a brief passing shower during the tea interval, but it looks like the final session of this first day of the CSA 4-day series match between the Momentum Multiply Titans and the Northwest Dragons will get underway on time. And the Dragons, 235 for 4, having won the toss and elected to bat first, in a good position. But the Titans struck on the stroke of T. Junior Dala, a magnificent delivery to bowl Mikael Prince for 3. And so he's got 3 balls left in the over. I'm Ken Borland, but Kamba Nyakana, he was on air when Junior Dala bowled Mikael Prince. Tell us about that delivery.
I must say that delivery was a rip snorter. It was a proper delivery. Hit the top of off, just about the fuller length. I think Dala has been really bowling well throughout the first 2 sessions, and then I think that was a no-brainer. It had to come at some point. He was bowling so consistently, and he was rewarded for his consistency. And this pitch does do that. So let's see as he comes to finish up his over.
Uruan de Swart, the very much in form Uruan de Swart, is the new batsman and middle of the bat from the get-go.
So this is where pretty much the Titans will want to really zone in and stay focused, because this is where the core of the runs come through for the last couple of games for the Dragons. So they'll need to really be on the top of their mark here and make sure that they're consistent in their bowling lines, the way Dala has been.
Uruan de Swart is top of the batting averages in the CSA 4-day series at the moment. 5 50s and 7 innings, and with 3 not outs, his average is impressive. Bradman-esque 111.25. He's scored 445 runs in the competition, so clearly a key man in this batting lineup, even though he's coming in at number 6. Junior Dala, you touched on it, Kamba. His control lately has just been so good, and his figures of 1 for 23 in 12 overs reflect that today, as he has the delivery that bowled Prince. I actually thought at first, had it kept low, had it just the position that Prince ended up, he was so comprehensively beaten. But it was a magnificent delivery set there, angled in, and then just nipping away to hit the top of off. Pretty much unplayable.
Yeah, to be honest as well, Prince didn't look a bit out of sorts in that innings. He faced about, I think, 19, 20 balls. I think that might have been the 20th that he had faced.
24 balls for just 3 runs.
So he really didn't look convincing for me, and when that wicket came, I think it was just about time. As we can see now, Matthew Bowe's coming in. I believe it's a good change, especially after the fall of the wicket. He's bowled really well today as well.
Lovely way to start by Matthew Boast.
Beautiful back of the length delivery. As I'd mentioned, this time is the time where the Titans really need to press down on the pressure, because the game can easily go away at this point, and it can easily come towards sway their way. Pick up 2, 3 wickets here, might be right back into the game.
Neil Brunt has got his 2 strike bowlers back on straight after tea, which certainly seems like good captaincy to us. Again, outside half of the bat by Vian Lubba. We said at the beginning of the second session that if the Titans to take 3 wickets in the session, they'd be right back in the game. Well, they did get 3 wickets, but in between that, they were very untidy. They conceded 130 runs in 26 overs in that second session. And yeah, there were just too many 4 balls bowled. And a quick single gets Vian Lubba underway after the tea break. He's got 12 fours in his 62, and in that partnership of exactly 100 between Matthew Kleinfeld and Vian Lubbe, there were 18 fours, and the partnership was only 16 and a half overs long, so the Titans really were bowling a boundary ball and over.
They were definitely loose, and there was a period where that partnership was going at a rapid rate. Though now I feel, as I was about to say this, I feel with Deswad coming in, there was initially one slip with Junior Dala bowling, and I believe this is a good ploy with the added slip there with the change in field. The chances might be coming now at this point in the day, especially with the new batsman.
Beaten him, Matthew Boast. Fuller length, and it just shows you did right, Kumba, it doesn't matter that the new batsman is top of the batting averages. He's on naught like everyone else. He has to start like everyone else. This pitch, I'm pretty sure that if you bowl it in the right places, then there is going to be some assistance. There always is here at SuperSport Park.
I'd even go with the extra slip, because this is the time to bring back the game. This is the time to claw back your way back into this game.
That's a handsome drive by Uran de Swart on that occasion, through the covers, and the two fielders giving chase, both give it up. And Uran de Swart is off the mark with a boundary.
That was just a sign of a man in form. We might be speaking of a bit of early jitters, but this man looked quite confident in that cover drive. Maybe rather say a bit of a punch to the covers. Timing rather than a big heave or a big drive.
I'm with you on the importance of trying to get him out early, though, because he is such a key man, and if he forms a partnership with the well-set Vian Lubbe, it could be very bleak for the Titans. And now the short-arm pull comes through well in front of square and away for 4 more as well. We've seen a few of those pull drives today well in front of square, which speaks to the pitch still being a bit slow, but we're expecting it to quicken up by tomorrow.
Yes, as you look at that delivery, that ball just stays up, gets stuck in the pitch a little bit. And Matthew Bose has been one of the guys that really bowled good bounces today. He was really bouncing Kleinfeld really well earlier today. And with that ball, really just set up to be hit for a boundary. So maybe a bit higher up.
It was way too short. That was the problem, yeah. It was way too short, and de Swart had an age in which to swat it away. So he's underway. He's on 8 not out. Lubbe now on strike on 63 as Junior Dala continues from the Henops River end.
Junior Dala again continuing with just one slip. He's bowled so well today, and I'll be so disappointed to see that ball go through that vacant slips poured in there.
Nicely cut away, well on top of the bounce, and it's going to be 3 boundaries in a row that the Titans have conceded now. 2 at the end of the last over, and Dala starts with not a great delivery, short and wide, put away.
Vian Lubbe has punished anything wide today, and particularly in that area, in that point to cover area. He's really played that ball on the back foot. He punched it, he's slapped it for 4, he's guided it for 4 in that area quite a few times through the gully region, so he's been quite strong today.
Cut and pull have been his 2 main scoring strokes today, as you say, Vian Lubbe, which does suggest the Titans have maybe bowled too short at times.
Definitely feeding him to his strengths, because he's given them no chances in that area, and he's put them away for boundaries, not just punched them for singles or being gentle with them. He's really made them pay for those short deliveries.
And again, but this time Luando Pretorius intercepts rather well in the covers. That saves another boundary. Again, too short and too wide from Dala.
Maybe Dala loosening up a little bit, to be fair. I like him. In his initial spells and this current spell, he's bowled quite consistently. So that's pretty much really unlike him. So he'll come back to his lengths and he'll apply that pressure.
He seemed loose, the 3 balls he bowled to end over straight up after tea.
Must have been the momentum from that wicket.
I'll give you that one, Cumber. Yeah. Nothing like a wicket to get everything flowing, to get momentum on your side. Better by Junior Dala. It's nice to see former Titans coach Mandla Mashimbi in the house, the new Proteas women's coach. Yeah, it's a good finish to the over by Junior Dala. Started with a couple of short and wide ones, but has dotted liver the rest of the over. 248 for 4.
Don't you love seeing it? Watching these young lads, probably the only lads in the crowd, or one of the few people in the crowd playing a bit of what you call it, bag cricket, but Banks cricket, or I absolutely love that. It reminds me of my younger days, just playing backyard cricket. You can hear them shouting from this point. Yeah, they really enjoy themselves, the young lads.
A real test match on the go up there on the bank. There's 5 of them running around with great glee. Well done to their parents for bringing them here this afternoon. School holidays, I believe, so no better place to spend it than on the lovely grass banks here at SuperSport Park, and some engrossing cricket on the go as well. The Titans, of course, hunting a place in the CSA 4-day series final. The Renault Potch Northwest Dragons are trying to avoid relegation, and they've started this game really well. 248 for 4. Vian Libba well set on 67. And the top batter in the competition, Ruan de Swart, has just got there. He's on 8. Better short ball from Matthew Boast. Well directed and got up to a good height.
He's bowled those pretty well today, I must say. He bowled quite a few nasty bounces to Kleinveld. And those were quite aggressive. Hit one on the helmet. There's a one, I think, quite close to his head as well. So I really do back his bouncer with his heavy ball.
And another one. That one didn't quite get up as much as Ruan de Swart expected.
Same field setting.
Interesting. And in the end, Matthew Kleinveld strangled down the leg side to the left arm spinner. 97. He must have been gutted. Tried to sweep. It was the right shot to play. It was down leg, and unfortunately he just gloved it to the wicketkeeper. Very good catch by Rivaldo Midsami. Definite line of attack from Boast over the wicket, trying to cramp the Swart up. And with those 2 catches on the leg side. The backward square leg, he seems to be a bit deeper now. Is he in a catching position? He's kind of in between, isn't he?
He's kind of there for that missed time pull shot. Because I guess that third man, that third man is covering. And then the pull shot, and then there's a deep square leg as well. So definitely the ploy is to go short. Just the question is definitely that area that ball is for that missed time, because no glance will carry there, definitely.
Oh, off the outside edge of the bat, towards the offside. But this line from Matthew Boast is causing Ron to start a couple of problems. It's good bowling with those four men catching, really, the short square leg, a backward square leg, a fine leg on the boundary, and a deep square leg as well.
I'd be interested to see once again when Matthew Bose comes through to Swart with that double bluff, because you could see he's neither here or there in terms of his foot movement due to those short balls. He'll probably be not sure if that short ball is coming, hence he played that ball, probably squared him up a little bit there. If you could maybe bowl that one just outside of the off stump, he might push at it because not expecting that shorter one coming from the back foot.
I was going to say a different plan to Vian Limmer, but it is still a short ball down the leg side. Some excitement from the Titans. I think there was a bit of a noise, probably brushed the thigh.
Let's have a look at that. Oh, but probably clips the thigh pad. The plan would definitely be different to Vian Libber. He will punish you on that short ball. It's a bit of a risky ploy to go about, but also maybe it could be rewarding. Might cost you a bit of boundaries, but he might maybe pull the one maybe in final square, or might pull it to third man, or in that weird fine leg.
I don't think Bose meant to bowl it down the leg side, to be honest. It's a bit of a wayward delivery, and unfortunately they are going off the field, as you see. Is it rain? Threat of lightning? Well, that's unfortunate. Just 15 minutes into the third session. As I said earlier, we did have a little bit of rain during the tea break. Nothing's more than a short drizzle, but it seems to have returned.
Not seeing much, to be honest, Ken.
That or the threat of lightning. There are some clouds that have built up, which are looking fairly thunderous. So, 249 for 4 after 59 overs. The Renault Potch Northwest Dragons. And it's Vian Lubbe on 67 and Rowan de Swart on 9. And as soon as play resumes here at SuperSport Park, we will be back with live commentary for you. There's the scorecard. Kumba, it's been a good first day for the Dragons.
Definitely, it's been a good first day for the Dragons. Pick of the batsman, yeah, with Matthew Kleinveld with 97 off 150 balls. But unfortunate one to kind of glove that one to the keeper off the spin of Neil Brandt. As well as Misebo Ngwepu, he also batted really well in partnership with Kleinveld. Early on, he stuck around, looked really good before he got dismissed. And he had Fantunda as well, who really batted well alongside Kleinveld. And then the rest, as well as we continue with Vian Libber, who really had a good innings as well this afternoon and is continuing to be batting well. To you? Off to you, Kit.
Well, the bowling figures you see there, Matthew Bose, the most successful, 2 for 56 in his 15 overs. Junior Dala also bowling very nicely up front, and in his second and third spells, 13 overs, 1 for 27. It's been a struggle for Merrick Brett, unfortunately, and a decent debut for Lesego Koko Hlabana. Probably bowled a little bit better than those figures suggest. And Neil Brandt, expensive, but did get the very important breakthrough and getting Matthew Kleinveld out. Andile Peklakwaya just dropping short a few too many times. So 59 overs gone, 249 for 4. Unfortunately, inclement weather has caused play to be delayed here at SuperSport Park. The Gautrain, presumably not delayed, running on schedule past us there. And we'll be back as soon as play resumes.
Yeah. You hear the commentary on that's very sometimes when you hear what we're talking about when you go towards both going in the market
Alright.
got a good break now.
Yeah, but still, until what time do you play?
Till 6. So it's going to be, the session starts at 20 close the month yourself. The last stretch a bit later, the last little bit. Usually do that. But with the bad light, I doubt that will last. And the play ball would be the next. How far is Loftus in there? The middle one. Which direction? This one? Would have loved to experience that. Like the storm is going.
Oh, yeah, understand. Yeah. I've been at all their grounds.
All the grounds?
Yeah, in the UK as well.
In the UK as well?
Yeah.
Lords?
I was at Lords one time. I was at Manchester.
For what exactly?
I was playing cricket that time.
Really?
Yeah.
Club cricket?
Yeah.
For who exactly?
I was playing in Newcastle, well, near Newcastle in Middlesbrough. So I played there for 6 months and that.
But you travel around?
Yeah, travel around a little bit. That's it, but Manchester, not, but it was nice. It was really nice.
So you still playing cricket?
A little bit, not too much, yeah. I was playing in Joburg, in JP.
Were you schooled there in JP?
No, I was here in Scotland.
And a welcome back to this beautiful, picturesque stadium, SuperSport Park, after we went off after tea as the umpires called bad light. Fortunately, we are able to come back. Ken, thank you very much for joining me.
It was lightning, actually, in Bali, the word from the official scorers. Apologies, I think we did have bad light up on the screen, but you would have been a bit perplexed because the light wasn't that bad. It's a bit gloomy now, funnily enough, but the threat of lightning has gone away after an hour's delay to this northwest innings.
Would be interesting to see. And immediately we get runs. Brett Merrick continuing from the Henops River end.
Are you commentating?
Immediate runs, taking the Dragons to 250 in 332 minutes. 307 balls being bowled so far at 39 fours and a 6.
Someone else's.
Yeah, there's 3 of us, so we can't rotate.
40 boundaries, so that tells you that we're in the 60th over, so there have been boundaries most overs. SuperSport Park is known as a ground to score boundaries, but the bowling has been a little bit loose at times.
But wayward there. So how good is your maths, Ken? 40 times 4?
160.
Include that 6, 166. And minus 166 runs from the 290. That's where you get your singles, your 2s and 3s there.
Yeah, so 250 minus 166 is 84, I think.
Should we apply for jobs as maths teachers already?
Just
Aim higher, Mbali. I think you should go actuary.
Wow, that's a bit very high. Another good delivery right on the spot. Very back, hoping to redeem himself. He went for a bit of stick earlier.
Yeah, he hasn't had a great day. You see his bowling figures there, none for 59, 10 and a half overs. He's normally a very consistent, accurate bowler, but just has struggled today, coming into the side for Dayan Khalim.
Balls leg stump. Keeper has to take it off the back of the batsman. Just needs to find his rhythm. Seems to be all over the place right now. Obviously, the very first over after the players went off because of lightning that was spotted not far away from the ground. Now, precautionary measures were taken by the umpire.
And they didn't get too much warning that they were going to be back on the field, only about 15 minutes.
Probably mindset was already at the hotel thinking about coming back tomorrow, but unfortunately you still have an hour and a half of player with us, and hopefully the Titans will get the wickets that are necessary. Still, the score 350 is possible with only the loss of 4 wickets.
I'd crowd, if I hear you never walk alone. Tears are hiding my eyes. Anything I would have wished that Centurion was still around. Saying the Twickenham.
Also, batsmen need to find the rhythm again. That being said, it is the end of the first over after the players have come on the field.
I asked my friend, he's in the UK now. He landed today in the UK.
Looks like Matty Boast is making his way, cap in hand, to bowl from the in observer. And the umpires are going to have a chat together, Dennis Smith and Brad White.
I think they're taking the meter light out. Looks like they are in consultation or having a chat with the captain. Maybe saying light isn't good for quick bowlers. Having a look.
Yeah, so now umpire Brad White is obviously measuring the light. He's gone to the pitch to do that, standing where the batter would be standing. It's a little bit gloomy, but I think it's fine to play.
Do you think the batsman might have said, we can't see the ball that clearly?
Well, Northwest, given the position they're in the competition and staving off relegation, they're in a good position here. They're 251 for 4. I would think they'd want to play on. They want to ram home the advantage. Vian Lubber's going well. Ruan de Swart has started nicely and is very much in form. So, if you're going to play positive cricket, I'm sure the Dragons would say they want to stay out here. I think maybe the umpires have told the Titans they can only bowl spin. And it looks like it's going to be Luandro Pretorius who's rolling the arm over there.
Saw him warming up quite early. Looks like he'll get a ball this time. Not sure about his bowling ability or capability.
he's a wicket keeper, so that might tell you a lot. He has bowled. Oh, it's a fantastic start.
It's a great delivery.
Glorious.
Great delivery, and looks very convincing with his bowling run up there. Another good delivery. Fired it in much quicker.
Non-turning off breaks to the left-hander.
Finally gets one off the mark, off the bat.
That one might have held up a bit, and that one might have gone off the straight a bit, tossed up a bit slower by Pretorius. He's got a list A wicket for the SA emerging side, and did a bit of bowling for the SA under 19 side, but very much his third string to his bow after batting and keeping wicket.
But definitely is a player with ability. Hasn't really bowled badly for a person that doesn't bowl on a regular basis.
Absolutely, Bali's been impressive.
He may decide to retire from keeping and be a bowler.
Well, he's only been playing at this level of cricket for a short time, but Londo Pretorius continues to surprise. He can do anything, it seems.
And a bit of turn there. Well, at the end of that over, very good over. He's bowled, just going for one.
Well, I think that just kind of reflects the match situation, that the Titans feel that they're behind in the game. They don't want to be giving away easy runs to the Dragons, and not that Neil Brunt you would think would be easy runs. He's a frontline spinner. He could have bowled from the other end. Diobot Brevis and his leggies. He's in the team, but the Titans clearly just feel we've got nothing to gain by bowling our spinners, and off they go.
Yeah. Looks like that will be the end of the day for today. Still need to just get confirmation from the officials to say here what they've decided.
Well, this will be bad light, and they won't call off play yet, because I guess there's always a chance that the sun might come out before 5:30.
How I always look forward to the sunset, just to take nice pictures. It's usually a beautiful sunset here at SuperSport Park. Beautiful view.
And sadly for now, the sun has set on this game once again. Just one over bowled, or a few overs actually bowled. 2 overs bowled after the resumption from the threat of lightning. And the Dragons have gone to 252 for 4 in that time. So, yeah, Barney?
Just having a recap at what happened today, looking at the scorecard. Matthew Kleinfeld fell short of his 100, being caught on 97, having faced 150 deliveries. Vian Lub is not out on 69 after 78 deliveries. Reinhard van Donder scoring 33 of 47. Lesiba Ngwepe scored his 27 of 53.
So that's all we can offer you for the time being. Bad light has stopped play, and well, as soon as and if they get going again this afternoon, we will have live commentary straight away. So do just keep an eye on the CSA YouTube channel or on Pitch Vision for any resumption. But for now, it's goodbye.
Oh.
I
just went out again to go check. No, not recording.
Magnetic.